Good evening, good afternoon, colleagues and everyone. It's great to have you all in here for us to take care of business. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Williams.
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Burris.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Kopak.
Here.
Councilmember Rist.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready. I think Councilmember Rist will be here shortly. All right. There he is right there. Let the record show that he is present. All right, colleagues, announcements. I'll start over here to my left, Mr. Kopak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just great to see everyone here today. Thanks to everyone here in person and tuning in virtually. I'm glad to see Director Smith here with Community Safety with team members. I believe we're going to be getting an update with the storm. And with the storm bearing down, I just want to encourage everyone to activate your mutual aid networks, get cell phone numbers from your neighbors, set up a neighborhood group chat if you don't have one already, check in with anyone who's elderly or has special needs, and just make sure everyone has what they need. And obviously the city will have a response, and I look forward to hearing more about the things we're doing, but it's also really critical that each of us does what we can in our own block and our own neighborhood. So thanks.
Sounds good. Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for being tardy. Good to see everyone here. Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, folks in the audience and staff as well. Just a couple things. So we had a late meeting on Tuesday night, and I got up early on Wednesday morning for a meeting of the Upper News River Basin Association. This is critical work we do to ensure water quality in Durham. That's detailed. It's tedious work. It's regulatory work. I'll spare you the details, but I am glad. I think Michelle Wolfwick is here, or will be here to make a presentation. So I urge everyone to be attentive to her presentation about the rules revision of Falls Lake. It's a critical process to ensure both water quality, but also to ensure that we can cost-effectively respond to all the federal regulations we have for Falls Lake. The second thing is, we talked a lot about Vision Zero at our meeting on Monday or Tuesday. The most dangerous road in this whole TPO, Transportation Policy, or MPO, Metropolitan Policy Organization, is the Duke-Gregson corridor. There was another crash today on Duke-Gregson, so I want to thank the transportation staff, if they're here, for the work they're doing to two-way Duke and Gregson to make that safe for our neighbors. It can't happen soon enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Baker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Want to second my colleague, Councilmember Kopak, in expressing the need to and how important it is that folks prepare for, not panic, but prepare for the coming storm. We don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but some of the predictive models make it look like it could be pretty bad with regard to the amount of ice and freezing rain that there will be. So do not panic. My wife and I took inventory of our emergency kit yesterday and went out and got some additional items. So be sure to do that. We stopped by the food line in Lakewood, and they were out of bananas, but they had everything else. So yeah, make sure you've got that, and I'm looking forward to Manager Ferguson relaying additional information and considerations that people should take. So look forward to a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook. Thank you, Councilmember Burris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Looking forward to a productive and exciting meeting. Just made that up. I want to associate with much more colleagues have already stated about the impending ice storm and inclement weather. I have fingers, toes, eyes crossed that we do not get any ice, because I just do not want to deal with power outages. But to add to what Councilman Kopak and Baker have already stated, my food line was out of bananas this morning as well, so I found it to be very interesting as to why people have decided to buy abundance bananas, but I did overload on tuna. but also thinking about our elderly neighbors, make sure they have access to medication, because some meds they cannot do without. So we want to be proactive and reach out to our neighbors and making sure they have that support in the event that we do experience inclement weather. So just want to make sure, as Councilmember Kopak said, we activate mutual aid now, have a plan for everyone as best we possibly can to ensure that we make sure our neighbors stay safe, particularly those who are disabled or may not have access to transportation. Really want to encourage those to establish networks now. So thank you all.
Thank you. Councilmember, did I call you? Yep. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Very quickly, good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here with you all. Thank you to my colleagues and all their comments. And I just do also want to very much thank HART. I know they're working really, really hard for our unhoused neighbors in this moment and stabilizing shelter for them and essential needs for them. And so I know that is, we'll hear more, but I do want to extend and to all our city workers. But that is a piece of the of their work that's newer is coordinating around our unhoused neighbors. So just a lot of thanks and gratitude for their work.
Thank you. We will receive an update on weather today. I will also provide some remarks tomorrow as we get closer to the incoming of the storm. Governor Stein has declared a state of emergency. So if that I don't think we have to right now. With the governor already doing it, if the county does it and it gets to the point where we need to, then we'll consider that. But right now, we'll follow protocol as needed. Also, colleagues, I will be in and out a little bit today. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I know based on the look on your face, you didn't tell me that. I have some things that have come up, so I'm going to have to step out and address some things and then come back in here and there. So, no set time just yet. Yeah.
Thank you. I forgot to, I asked for an excused absence last time. I'm just reminding colleagues that I will be out on February 2nd. Thank you.
Yep. For a second. So those are all of my comments. We'll go ahead and get ready for the consent agenda. But before that, Mr. Manager, on you.
Good evening, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. City Manager's office just has two priority items procedural for this meeting today. First, there are two presentations today, agendas items number 13 and agenda item number 12. Those are both presentations. We'd like you to take them actually in that reverse order, with item 13 being presented first and 12 second due to speaker availability. Also, I do have staff available to present a brief overview of our preparedness for winter weather. Obviously, there's a lot more information that's going to be available on our website, but I did want to hit a few key points today. Mayor, after the priority items, with your discretion, I'd like to invite them to the podium. So those are my priority items. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Attorney's Office also has a priority item for this afternoon. We request that the City Council hold a closed session at the conclusion of all regular business today. And I'm happy to read the motion now, or we can hold it till the end of the meeting at your discretion.
Go ahead and read it now, and we'll make the motion.
Okay, so the purpose of the closed session is attorney-client consultation, and the motion is to hold a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 for attorney-client consultation regarding the handling or settlement of two noticed liability claims yet to be filed, and also regarding the city's participation in a yet-to-be-filed affirmative litigation action.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have on the board and committee report Durham Performing Arts Center Oversight Committee nomination in Arts and Culture is Revi Ems, and for Facility Management, James Bullock. And the last item is the Mayor's Council for Women appointment. The nominee is Tamara Gee. And that's the end of my report, and I don't have any other priority items.
Who was the first one you named, Madam Clerk? Did you read three names?
I did, Revi Ems.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. All right, at this time, I'll go ahead and read the, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call up first our Director of Street and Environmental and Street Services, Marvin Williams. Marvin is going to provide just a brief update about our infrastructure preparedness around winter weather, and then we'll ask representatives of the Community Safety Department and Deputy City Manager Chadwell for any additional comments around public safety. I'll close this out. Marvin, I appreciate you briefing us just on our preparedness efforts.
Marvin Williams, Environmental Street Services. Good afternoon, everyone. So right now, we're just really monitoring the storm. It's changed substantially since the initial forecast last week of 22 inches of snow. Now it looks like we may not get any snow and more freezing rain and maybe up to a quarter inch of ice. So it's really requiring us to change how we were preparing. Right now, we do have 25 trucks outfitted with plows and salt boxes. It looks like it's going to be more of an application event, meaning we'll be spreading salt and salt sand mixture on most of the bridge routes and the primary routes throughout the city. And if there is any snow accumulation, that's when we'll go through our traditional snow program. You could go to the Environmental Street Services page just to really see our plow routes, but mainly we focus on the primary streets through the cities that lead to the interstate. So think of the Roxborough roads, the Cornwallises, the Fayetteville streets, those type of roadways. Then we get into some of the second tier streets that lead to hospitals, the police stations and the fire stations, schools if they're open. And then residential really falls into that third and fourth tier. And also for us, we're monitoring because now with solid waste being a division of the Environmental Street Services Department, collections may be delayed next week depending on the severity of the weather Sunday. So if it's just so cold that ice freezes over on Monday, we'll delay collections, move Monday collections to Tuesday and then pick up the rest of the week. But if the temperature forecast does hold true and it looks like we're going to have freezing temperatures Monday and Tuesday, we may have to delay collections for those first 2 days, actually skip them, start with Wednesday collections, then circle back to the Monday and Tuesday collections. We'll also more than likely have to close the Waste Disposal and Recycling Center because it won't be safe for staff to come in or residents to drive in there or any of the other haulers that use that center. And we're also coordinating with General Services for clearing of sidewalks around the downtown. If we do have down trees, we'll be working with them as well to make sure that trees are removed from roadways to allow public safety to get to where they need to. General Services, I know, is working with community safety to make sure that the shelter that's set up will have the streets and sidewalks cleared and the parking lot around that area. We're also coordinating with fleet as well in case we do need any equipment fixes during this event over the weekend and early next week. And that's pretty much a high level of what we're doing right now. Like I said, if you go to our website, you'll be able to see all of the plow routes for the primary and secondary roads. And I am happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Any questions on the infrastructure side of things, roads, streets? Great. Thank you, Marvin. And I'll just add to that, there are a number of city resources that mobilize in this. The purpose of today's activating, so I do want to call them out now and thank them for what they're about to do. The purpose of this presentation primarily was for items that are going to specifically affect and impact our residents. So thank you, Marvin. And Mr. Chadwell, I don't know if you want to talk public safety, and then we'll close out with.
Yes, got a question here.
Marvin, I believe there's a question. I'm sorry.
Hey. Thank you for the presentation, the overview, and all the work of you and your department. Just wanted to ask real quick on the issue of the ESS, the plow routes.
Yes.
If I'm, living on a street somewhere in southwest Durham, and I want to know when my street might get plowed or might get salted, is that going to be on the map, the online map?
For the primary and secondary streets, those main thoroughfare streets, it will be, but residential streets, because there's so many, quite honestly, by the time we get to the point where we have those first two groups of streets cleared, most of the snow or ice has melted.
Okay.
So really the maps are intended to focus on the main thoroughfares. They'll get you throughout the city, get you throughout to the interstates and in and out of Durham County.
Okay, so that as those are getting salted and plowed, that's tracked on the map?
Yeah, that's actually on the map. Okay. Yes.
And then everyone else sit tight.
Sit tight,
yeah.
Unfortunately. And if If it does become a snow event, then we based our priorities for residential streets on our solid waste collection routes. So then that would be another map you really have to look at to see what day your collections are on, and those neighborhoods are the ones that we'll go into first to make sure that our garbage trucks are able to collect.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Baker, can I clarify? Were you asking if it is a map that is updated in real time? I do not believe our map is a real-time map. I think it shows our priorities, but.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood then. No, it's not a real-time map. We haven't gotten to that point where we're able to actually have trackers showing where the plows are on a map. We can track that internally, but it's not set up so that it's public-facing at this point.
Mr. Chadwell?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, excuse me, good afternoon. I'm Keith Chadwell from City Manager's Office. I want to share just a couple of public safety related updates for you this afternoon. In light of the conditions that are projected to come, our major concern is to make sure that we're staffed ably to respond to services as warranted, and also the challenge of delivering the service to where the circumstances are, as we'll have to traverse that with this, in the same compromised conditions as the public. And so we'll be very fervently, under those circumstances, be encouraging the public not to come out to the roads, and that'll add to the safety of the circumstances. And so in both the cases of the fire departments and police department, a cadre of off-duty personnel are already on call to be activated as circumstances warrant, as conditions become more and more compromised, and we'll have additional staffing in both departments ready to respond to any and all of those kinds of emergencies. In the case of an icy situations, obviously the response times will be compromised as well. And so we're going to be doing that very, very safely. There may be those occasions when lesser assets get there as quickly as normal. But the idea behind the additional staffing in each case is that we'll be staffed enough to respond in the event that calls for service expand during that period of time. So we expect to be able to respond even in light of these kinds of circumstances. In the emergency management, that operation is already activated, providing a full array of coordination and information services to feed decisions that we'll have to make with respect to emergency responses. If a full activation becomes necessary, they're already prepared to do that. There is in their hands a mass sheltering plan should power become a major problem for an extended period of time. One shelter is already under preparation for an opening just in case, but we're certainly, hopefully we won't have to do a mass preparation for that, but the plans are in place and the persons in place to implement that are fully in place at this time as well. So I'm going to be followed now by Ryan Smith from the Community Safety Department, and after his presentation, if you have questions for either of us, will be available. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, members of council. Ryan Smith, Director of Community Safety. We have been hard at work this week, mobilizing, organizing our partners and resources to make sure that we can keep people safe and warm, especially our neighbors who are unsheltered during this storm. Specifically, we, starting tomorrow, will be significantly expanding congregate shelter for single adults and non-congregate shelter for families and medically vulnerable individuals, significantly so. Additionally, with support of our partners, every one of our shelters, every one of our emergency shelters and the Durham Rescue Mission will be open 24/7 throughout the duration of the storm. If you're familiar with our shelters, it is commonplace that the shelters are only running overnight for most of them, but that's not the case. So tomorrow through the end of the storm, which could be Thursday or Friday, right, because temperatures will be very cold, especially on Tuesday, people will be able to not only be overnight, but to remain in the shelter all during the day. I want to share some numbers. So during the weekday from 8:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., if folks have access to a phone and are in need of shelter, they can call Entry Point. That's 984-287-8313. On Saturday, Entry Point is available from 4 p.m., 9 p.m., same number. At any point, someone can call the non-emergency number at 911, which is 919-560-4600 at any time. We are standing up a triaged line that the non-emergency line will send to. So we're staffing all night long a number to make sure that we can direct people, manage transportation to shelter, et cetera, throughout the duration of the storm. I want to talk a little about outreach. So our street outreach team is partnering with Unite, which is the street medicine team at Central Regional Pines, and Veteran Services Outreach now to make sure that we are proactively out, visiting encampments, both making people aware, arranging transportation, and getting them to transportation. And that is not only today and tomorrow, but it will be Saturday and Sunday through the storm that we will be out working to transport folks to safe places. One thing I want to name, the silver lining in moments like this is seeing how people come together, because responses like this are bigger than any one department. They're bigger than any one government. And I do want to acknowledge, the amazing partners that we are working with and meeting with every day to make this happen. At the risk that I might leave some out, I'm still going to try this. So, I already mentioned Unite Street Medicine, Central Pines, and Veteran Services. I want to acknowledge Project Access, which is kind of our go-to expert on medically vulnerable populations. Folks who may be discharged from the hospital, we're obviously working with the hospital, but if someone is discharged that they have no safe place to be, we're going to make sure that we have a safe non-congregate space, because oftentimes our congregate shelters are not able to accommodate the needs of medically vulnerable persons. We have a plan in place, and we'll make sure that folks are in a safe place during the storm. I want to thank Union Baptist Church. They have been, as we set up a family shelter, every time we have asked them to do something different, they have risen to the occasion. That site is going to be open. We're converting it to single adults because we have more needs there, in partnership with Families Moving Forward, and have identified significant non-congregate options for families to make sure that we can better meet that. But Union Baptist has risen to do that, and that space is going to be open. That space has not been open every day. It's going to be open 24/7, and we're going to be staffing that in partnership with Open Table Ministries. So I also want to thank Drew and his team at Open Table for their fantastic work, Dr. Rivers, his team at Union Baptist and their church. I want to thank UMD. UMD is our main, obviously, congregate shelter. They're also going to be, people will stay there throughout the duration of the storm and not leave. Additionally, they're scaling up their food provision, so they'll be providing additional bag lunches that we will be taking to other sites. So we'll be able to get bag lunches that they make there, because it'll be harder to go there, and getting them to spaces where people are inside and warm. So thanks to Sheldon and his team for all the things they're doing and for ramping up that. Obviously, I want to thank Entry Point for their work. I want to thank DCRC, which is running a shelter for victims of domestic violence. They are similarly, expanding, running extra hours. Families Moving Forward, they're going to continue to expand non-congregate shelter at their site. And then I want to thank, in addition to these partners who do this work every day, we are making outreach to a lot of community volunteers in this moment. So specifically, I want to thank Durham CAN and DCAA, which are working to mobilize volunteers and food and other supplies for our single adults facility. We are working with Day One Relief, which is a disaster relief organization based here in Durham. We are getting generators delivered to 3 of our shelter sites today in partnership with Day One Relief. And then in partnership with the Community Care Collective, a call went out last night in partnership with Day One Relief to make sure that we have bags of groceries and other non-perishable goods that will be collected today and tomorrow, bagged by volunteers, and then we will be able to get them to non-congregate shelter locations for families so that they have food during the storm, as well as medically vulnerable individuals who may be at non-congregate settings. I want to thank General Services. As Marvin mentioned, General Services is making sure that we can plow parking lots and spaces connected to these shelters as we're making sure that we can get staff and volunteers in and out. I want to thank Transportation Department and Sean Egan, because we're partnering with them to pair street outreach with larger vehicles that are driven by transportation staff, like access vans, so that tomorrow and Saturday we can be going around and efficiently going to encampments and offering people transport to shelter locations. Is a great partnership. And we're coordinating with emergency management and many other partners in this. And I think that's it for now. Happy to answer questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Director Smith. And thank you to all the people who you said thank you to as well. amazing amount of work that you all are doing, and I think that is really in line with the priorities, our priorities. I feel like we're all on the same page in terms of how much we want to ensure in providing services and high quality services to our most vulnerable populations, our unhoused folks, especially during times like this. 3 questions. First, are there places that people can go if there are large-scale outages for electricity? Can people go to their closest fire station or other municipal locations?
So I'm not, and I think so. Emergency management is putting in place plans for that. It's not my space to speak. We're coordinating with them. I know there are plans in place that Keith might be able to speak to on if there's a large-scale power outage. Do you want to?
On the very high level, I'm not aware of the exact locations of all of these. It's in a it's in an adopted plan that's operated by emergency management. It becomes activated as needed, and so the deployments are poised and would be called upon should conditions arise if unfortunately the power compromises to that effect. But they're going to start probably with activating just one in the event that the power outage is not all that severe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm sure people have many people have plans in place, and some people have their own generators or other ways of staying warm, but I think that'd be a good thing to be prepared for. Director Smith, I'm curious if in all of this work that's being done to provide additional services for unhoused folks, if this is also a learning experience for the potential for expanding services to our unhoused populations. Obviously, they have more access to shelter now. Mm-hmm. Is this something, are we learning from this to potentially in the future expand services?
I think we're learning all the time. So yes, 100%. Let me just talk about, so yes, we're learning. Yes, we're excited to come forward in the next month and talk about not only what we learned from this moment, but what we've been learning over the last 6 months as we think about a bold plan for significantly reducing unsheltered homelessness and homelessness in general in Durham over the next 5 years. So we'll talk about what we've been learning there. I think in this particular moment, one lesson that I think we are learning is for specific populations. I think for families, I think for medically vulnerable and others. While we have primarily relied on congregate settings, and those settings are not well aligned with the needs of neighbors. And so I think one of the things we'll be talking about is really thinking about other strategies around that. And I think in this moment you see us making sure when weather temperatures are going to be very, very dangerously low, that we are making sure we have options that can meet people where they're at that are really going to work in the moment of this storm. But we'll happy to talk more about that.
Thank you. Yep. And then last question. This is about communications. Just want to make sure that we are pushing out all of this very rich and useful information that is being brought to us today. So,
yeah, so we do have a centralized severe weather update page on our website. Starting tomorrow morning, there'll be a banner at the very top of the front page. Residents can go. That's where we have a compendium of all our severe weather information. But I would remind folks, the City of Durham's website will focus on city services and provision of city services. I recommend folks subscribe to Alert Durham. That is the Durham City and Durham County Emergency Management official channel for emergency alerts, weather updates, those sorts of things, and also following the National Weather Service and local media. So definitely use our website for information about city services such as Entry Point and all the great services Ryan described. But also use some of those other reliable sources to get your weather information. There's really good information on the emergency management department's website about disaster planning, some of the things that council members gave voice to today. So definitely want to keep people informed and engaged, and our website will be a great source of information for all of our city operational updates.
Great, thank you. That's it. And I'll just add as well, Duke Energy also has very useful outage maps that people can look at and get text updates. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could just more slowly repeat the call-ins.
Sure.
So that people, I want to
Yes.
make sure that folks know who to call when.
Yes.
Is it, can you?
So the live stream isn't working right now, so the only people that can hear this information are the people in the room, just so you know. So I don't know if you want to like save this information for when people can hear it, or like wait a second and see if they can fix it.
Thanks for that. We are working on it. I should have let you all in the room know, but we've been, yeah, we're working on it. Thank you.
Do y'all want to wait until live stream's back on for Ryan to do the communications? And the other question that I have is also about communications.
Yeah,
So
I will say, I'm working on, I just sent a memo. I'm working on holding a press conference with all of this information being shared again tomorrow.
okay, that sounds good. Then if you don't mind repeating the when to call and where,
Yes.
because it seems like you were saying that the non-emergency line took over at a certain point for entry point. I just want to make sure.
Let me start with Durham entry point. I think this is always the first number that people should call. It is open during the weekdays, Monday through Friday, and it expands hours during moments like this, 8:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. So that's through Friday. That number is 984-287-8313. On Saturday, entry point is open 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. Same number. When those numbers are not open, there is always a number that people can call. So the people can always call this number too. We'll make sure that regardless of the number of people call, they get to the right point in the right service. But the non-emergency number, which again rings into 911, is 919-560-4600. That can be called at any hour. Additionally, if someone calls that, what they're going to do is triage that and transfer it to our staff who are answering and will be on call 24/7 during the storm to make sure that because we monitor all the different places that have available beds. We will align transport where needed. So we'll have staff on call throughout the duration of the storm to make sure that we can get people to where they need. But those are the two numbers. Does that?
Yes, that does. It is helpful. It's always a thing. There's so many community. I know y'all are working really hard on the HEART team to go around to folks, but there's also a lot of community members who have relationships with people. I just want to make sure that everyone can get folks where they need to go as they're working. My next question is another Keith question, or just maybe a statement. I don't know if you need to come up to the podium, but it's to follow up on Councilmember Baker's question about large-scale power outages and safe places to go and warming places to go. We've talked about this previously, but because often what happens is when folks lose power, they also lose internet, and sometimes we also lose cell signal, that we have issues with getting information post-weather event. And so I just want to make sure that there is a plan for folks to be able to get that information pre-weather event, particularly if it looks like there's going to be long power outages for folks needing to get warm.
There are plans to communicate all of those options prior to the onset of the storm itself.
Okay.
That'll actually begin at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We'll begin to make projections and those kinds of things. Conversely, we're not trying to release that stuff too early.
Sure.
So that before we can marshal the assets to those locations. But that process will begin at 3 o'clock this afternoon, where emergency management will conduct those. We'll have recurring meetings in that space so that we can implement plans to get that information out. And we'll do whatever we need to do with respect to disseminations and distributing information with city resources as necessary, and as we identify in the emergency management operation. The reason for that place is to identify those kinds of challenges and marshal resources to follow up, and we'll attempt to do so.
Great, thank you. Yes, and just to follow up on Councilmember Kopach's statement earlier, this is one of those reasons why it's important to have your neighbor's contact information, because we have elderly folks who don't have access to internet anyway, or who don't have the tech savvy to be able to check those resources. And I know we have a variety of ways to push out that emergency services. I'm signed up for Alert Durham on like every phone number that I have, which is very annoying in a storm because then I get it 17 times. But there are folks who are going to miss those messages no matter how much we push them out. So please do check on your particularly like elderly and vulnerable neighbors. And thank you for y'all's attention to this.
Thank you. Councilmember Riss.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So one question for Director Smith. So just for folks who may have not kept track of the numbers you'd listed. Those are all on the website, right? So that's all available on the city website.
We'll make sure that information is out there on the website. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to, first of all, thank you all and the rest of the staff for this amazing effort on short notice to kind of pull together staff around services, but as well as communication. It's really important work you're doing, and really appreciate all the work you and the rest of your colleagues are doing. My question is more for the manager, and that is, I mean, obviously we're in this era of climate change, right? So these climate events happen in the summertime, big rain events, in the wintertime, these kind of storms. And so we've talked a lot about resilience here on the council and among staff for the last several years. So my question is, from a management perspective, are we seeing the plan being executed, this resilience plan, or is this what we're doing this time to kind of get everybody together on short notice? So is this a one-time thing, or is this executing the plan that we have?
So we are executing our winter weather plan, and there is nothing specific to our preparations right now that are tied to a broader resilience effort or planning effort. These are iterations of the winter weather preparations that we do every year, implementing plans that we have and work on throughout the year, but certainly in the fall to be prepared for minor or major winter weather events. And so all the efforts we're doing right now are part of that. Obviously, as the city continues to invest in resiliency planning and preparing for climate change, these operational plans that you see will evolve, will certainly improve. But I would want to describe what you're seeing this week as all of our departments doing what they are prepared to do at all times, which is be prepared for a range of emergencies, and in particular with winter weather, a fairly predictable emergency compared to some of the other types that are less predictable. So while this is a lot of effort, and it is certainly something that is urgent, it is not a surprise to us. It is something that all the departments you just heard from, and many of the departments you didn't hear from, prepare for all the time. We do, I want to underscore all the messages of urgencies to our residents about being prepared and taking safe precautions, but I would also want everyone to know that the city is fully ready. As Director Williams stated, ice can be a particularly nasty form of winter weather. Nice, soft, fluffy snow is a lot easier to deal with. So there is only so much we can do, especially around the infrastructure side. So I do think all the comments about preparing for power outages, I want to strongly underscore. But I do remain very confident that the city is well positioned to help our residents through this event.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Cook.
Sorry, just one more thing. And Ryan, I don't know if you want to say anything about this, but I just want to let folks know that in addition to the emergency weather stuff that we have, we also do have a white flag night for the next week, which is starting tomorrow night. Is that true? Tomorrow night through the 29th. So that white flag is open for extreme temperature. That's not related to whether or not we have ice or snow. So starting tomorrow night, there will be additional winter shelter, and it is at 311 Dowd Street, not
Correct.
the normal Asbury United Methodist. So I just want to point that out for folks.
Yes. Correct. It's white flag. I mean, basically, yes, it's white flag, and we are doing a lot more on top of white flag, given the extreme cold and the winter storm. So yes, that's correct. Any other questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one quick add in addition to echoing the appreciation for staff and everything everyone is doing. I've had a couple resident questions about pets. This might be for DCM Chadwell. I'm just curious, even if you don't have the answer here, is that something people will also find on the website, what the options are in case of power outages and need to relocate?
Pets may be a singularly persistent challenge. The mass sheltering plan, as I know it, as I stand here now, I'm only aware of one of the sheltering options that will be brought forth that accept pets at this time. It'll be an agenda topic for our planning and stuff, but for those that have pets, we're going to be encouraging that you make other kinds of arrangements if mass sheltering has to occur. I'm only aware of one facility that'll be receiving and accepting pets.
And would that be in the cascade of locations opening as needed, but not the initial one?
Likely, I don't speak too prematurely. I believe the first one that would be open will be the one that can accommodate pets. After that, we'll have to make rolling decisions, but generally, I believe the facilities that are a part of the planning processes, I'm not aware that they do actually receive them.
And will this information be on the website, either city or the appropriate emergency management website in terms of location and this information about pets?
Yes, to communicate all of the services available and how to access them. That will emanate from the planning and emergency management's calls and meetings that we'll be having throughout. And our intent is to push that out again prior to the onset of the storm so that it can be received.
Thank you.
And I'm inviting Commissioner Lee tomorrow as well. And he's listening to this as well, so we'll be able to have county resources available, which I think pets fall under. Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Manager.
So our DTN staff are requesting that they be able to reset the system, which would require a 20-minute pause. I have a recommendation for council's consideration. I asked Attorney Rayberg if the attorney's office might be able to do the closed session now, because that's obviously something that does not get televised, so that we'd be able to keep moving. She's checking with her staff. Obviously, they were planning to be available at the end of the meeting, not at this time. But the DTN staff advised us that we have to pause the meeting if we want to restore audio. So my request, Mayor, is that we recess the meeting, and then when we hear back from Attorney Rayberg, we'll see if they're able to accelerate the closed session.
Sounds good. I was going to have to go back and address that because I had Madam Attorney read the motion, but we did not take action, and want to go ahead and take action when she reads it. So we'll just proceed in a closed session. So when she gets back, we'll address it one way or the other. So at this time, we'll recess until we hear from the city attorney, which will be, she'll be right back in, I'm sure. So I'm going to recess this right now.
Thank you.
We're busy trying to get next
session. We'll be back.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is audio for a captions test. This is audio for a captions test. Place the unit in front of your mouth and speak directly into the microphone. Your mouth should be 6 inches or less from the microphone while speaking. To speak, press the speaking button. It will light up green when your mic is live. If you press the speak button and it slowly flashes blue, you are in the queue to speak. Only 3 mics will be live at a time.
test 1, 2. This is a test 1, 2. Okay.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is audio for a captions test. This is audio for a captions test. Place the unit in front of your mouth and speak directly into the microphone. Your mouth should be 6 inches or less from the microphone while speaking. To speak, press. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is an audio for a closed caption test. Place the unit in front of your mouth and speak directly into the microphone. Your mouth should be 6 inches or less from the microphone while speaking. To speak, press.
Testing 1, 2, 3. This is a test for captions. Testing 1, 2, 3. Thank you for your patience as we corrected our audio issue. We appreciate it. This is a test for social media streaming. This is a test for social media streaming. Social media folks, just testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. This is a test for social media streams. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. This is a test. Testing 1, 2. This is a test for social media streaming. Testing 1, 2. This is a test for social media streaming. Testing 1, 2. This is a test for social media streaming. This is a test for the YouTube viewers and Facebook audio. We do have confirmed audio on YouTube. Thank you very much. We are going to continue talk. I will continue to talk to make sure there is audio on Facebook users. Stand by, Facebook users. Hopefully you hear me as well. This is a test for social media. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. This is a test for social media. Testing 1, 2. This is a test for social media streaming. Testing 1, 2. Computer Committee room instructions. Sign-in instructions, your username. Enlarge the presentation by hitting Control and L on your keyboard. This is a test for social media streaming. Zoom screen shares for the non-televised meeting. If you select share, then screen to share. To hide the user bar, select more, then hide floating meeting controls. When finished, hit escape. To find the user bar, select stop share. Testing 1, 2. A test for social media streaming. Thank you. We have confirmed audio on Facebook and YouTube and on the broadcast. We appreciate your patience while we work out these issues.
Everyone, the tech is back up. We are in a closed session where we have called quite a few attorneys in to address some things that are very important as well. As soon as we finish that, which won't be much longer, we will resume back in here. So we'll be back in session shortly. But
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to be rude, but usually in the past, closed sessions were handled after the meeting.
we also did not plan for a tech outage, and I made the decision for us to go into closed session while that outage happened. Now that we're in closed session, which is okay, we're going to finish that closed session and then come back in here because I actually requested other attorneys from different departments across the city to come to City Hall. I'm going to have them finish that, and then we'll finish up and come back in here. We have already finished one situation. We have 2 more that won't take as long. I am very aware of that, and that's why I came out to share remarks, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, so about how much time? Because some of us are busy also out in the community.
I understand.
So are we speaking about another extra 20 minutes?
I don't want to give an exact time, but we will be back in shortly. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Miss, thank you.
Can you move citizens' comment up here in the beginning where it should have been?
Miss Peterson,
Yes, sir. Just ask
I understand. I operate this meeting the same way every time. I read the consent agenda after the employees' priority items, which is after the announcements. And then once I read those consent agenda items, I then go back and I address the first thing, which is Citizens Matters. And then I go to the pulled items and then our presentations. So the on the book answer is the meeting is ran at the prerogative of the chair. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I want to be very consistent, and there's nothing that's changed, and I appreciate it. But we just had some technical issues today, and we used our time so that we don't have to be here all night. But rather than just sitting here in an empty room, we went into closed session, and then we're back. And I'm going to call us back to order. Our recess is now over. Closed session is closed. We're back in open session. It is 2:26. All right. I was about to read the consent agenda.
And as you head into that, Mayor, let me just apologize on behalf of the administration for the delay that I know our public represented. We do have all the technology working now. Folks who are streaming the meeting should have full audio.
Thank you. All right. And colleagues, thanks for your patience as well. To the public, apologize about all the riffraff. Whenever the council goes into closed session, that's usually some of the heaviest work that we have to do. And it is not something you want us rushing nor getting wrong. Trust me. All right. At this time, I will read the consent agenda. Item number 1, Durham Performing Arts Center Oversight Committee. Number 2, Mayor's Council for Women. Number 3, approval of city council minutes. Number 4, contract ST 342, street repairs and repaving 2026-2024 bond referendum.
I'd like to pull that.
Good. Number 5, contract ST 343, pavement preservation 2026. Number 6, contract amendment. Number 1 for ST 334C, Utility Locate Services 2025. Number 7, contract ST 342C, Pavement Management CEI Services 2026. Number 8, resolution accepting a North Carolina Land and Water Fund grant to construct the South Ellaby stormwater project.
I want to pull that, but just good to see that moving forward.
Absolutely. Number 9, Second Amendment to Interlocal Cooperation Agreement with Housing Authority of the City of Durham to procure and install security equipment.
I'll pull that one.
Number 9 is pulled. Also, let's see. Number 6 has been pulled by, no, that's a resource person. Okay, all right, cool. Okay, good. Number 10, contract with Peregrine Technologies Incorporated to procure an operations management platform for Durham City Police. That has been pulled by the public. Number 11, purchase contract with Palmetto Bus Sales LLC for 5 replacement light transit vehicles for Go Durham Access. And then we have our presentations. Number 12, digital equity plan update. Number 13, Falls Lake Nutrient Strategy Rules Overview presentation. And we have our public hearings coming up on the next meeting. 14, RTP 3.0, a privately initiated Unified Development Ordinance, UDO text amendment. Number 15, TC 2500002, RV parking amendment. Number 16, consolidated annexation 938 McLam Drive. Number 17, consolidated annexation Curly Gardens. Number 18, consolidated annexation 3600 Pine View Circle. Number 19, zoning map change Creekside mixed use. That's going to be a long meeting. Wow. All right. Those are the consent agenda items with items 4, 9, and 10 pulled. All right, at this time, I will go to Citizens Matters. Okay, did we pull number 9? Okay, yeah. Okay, number 9 right here, Citizens Matters right here. All right, got it organized. All right, Ms. Peterson, Victoria Peterson. Oh, at the very bottom. Sorry, one moment, please. All right. I'd like to address city council about a topic that is not okay. Mr. West, Leon West, can you hear me? Leon West, can you hear me? Do you see him online?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. West is online, but he's not responding.
Okay. We have some mix-ups today, so we'll see if we can keep reaching him. Can you see if you can direct message? All right, Ms. Wagstaff, Jacqueline Wagstaff, can you hear me?
I can.
Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I was intending not to speak today, but after I witnessed Monday night's council meeting, I really felt like I needed to address some things that were happening. And one of the things that disturbed me the most was the decorum of the council members. In particular, certain council members that were upset about comments that a public member said. As I watch these meetings, I always see you, Mr. Mayor, discipline people in the audience because they're speaking too loud or you don't like what they're speaking of. And then Monday night, you did the same. But while you were doing that, I was listening to you, basically discipline another council member by basically saying she didn't know what she was talking about. And then you also disciplined another council member that stood up for that council member, telling her that you didn't say what you said. Now, we all watched this meeting. Then we had Councilman Riss that seemed like he was upset about a member of the audience comments about another council member because that's what she believes. Like most of us in Durham believe that there was a council member that bought his seat on that council. And we'll stand by that. And I believe that. But the way that you insist that the public has to come into that arena and have a certain decorum to your liking, it astonishes me that while you're asking us to behave a certain way, you, along with some of your colleagues, behave a different way than we behave. And we don't see, it's almost like being hypocritical. You're telling the public they can't behave one way, they can't speak a certain way, they can't say things, and then you behave the same way towards your colleague. So I think that in your plight to discipline the citizens of Durham, you need to reevaluate how you operate as a group up there on that council, because it's embarrassing to watch it. And I'm not the only one that has watched it. I'm pretty sure other people are watching it. So that's just my comment today on this matter. I will get back to you on another matter shortly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. West, can you hear us? All right, I'll resume with in-person. Ms. Peterson, Victoria Peterson? And make sure you hit that button on the right. No. Right in front of you.
Okay, but this one here is also showing the time. Great. I'm also very concerned, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, of what happened Monday night. There seems to be a disconnect. The kind of information that that the city employees, and not all of them, because you've got some really nice city employees, got a lot of good ones over there. But some of the city employees, when they come and they address the city council, to me, they are lacking some of the information. This city, and I don't want to be wrong, Mr. Mayor, received about $50 million of COVID. The county received about $60 million. The other day, the organization that was being discussed was only talking about $6 million. My question is, what happened to the $10 million that this organization was fiscally supposed to be responsible to make sure whoever they were working with, that those dollars would be accountable? So I'm going to try to get something to Councilwoman Burrs that she asked. I'm going to try to write something up for you by tomorrow. But I'm asking the city manager also, because to me, this is also his job. And I want y'all to know, I have asked him in the past. Now, I'm not trying to embarrass him. I have asked him in the past for the tax monies that the city has generated off of that $50 million or whatever it was. Those monies are being held somewhere for the city. Every day, or folks in here who know about banking, the city is generating income off of those monies. To this day, I have not received anything in my hand of how much money you folks have generated off of those tax dollars, off of those COVID monies. Also, we need a report of each of those programs that was funded. You've got folks that was funded $2, $3, $6, $7 million. Were y'all aware of that? Now, I know some of y'all were not, because you're new. But I want you all to know, the new ones, ask the city manager for a list of each and every one of those organizations that receive COVID monies, how much of those monies have been spent, how much of those dollars, Mr. Mayor, those organizations are still waiting for the city to give to them, because several of those organizations, Mr. Mayor, I've spoken to, and this was several months ago, they told me that they had not received all their monies.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
anyway,
Gibson.
so I'm hoping that there's going to be some follow-up here.
Thank you. Yep, that's why we have the update coming.
Okay, so I will get a report?
There are a lot of this information is already available. We'll make sure that it's provided again for you.
Okay.
Yep. Next I
Great,
have,
thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, here we go. Next I have Gregory Williams, followed by Richard Davis.
Good afternoon. Today, I'm going to speak a little bit on safety and design. Last week, I was lucky enough to meet with some of the engineers from North Carolina's Division 5 of our Department of Transportation. They informed us that they are working closely with the city on the redesign of Roxborough and Mangum, which we are excited to hear. And we want to be clear that that collaboration matters in some really tangible ways. Some of the most dangerous streets in Durham are state-maintained, and the decisions in those design rooms ultimately fall with the state, but need to be heard by the city staff as well. We're dealing with a broader driver culture problem that needs to be addressed. Speeds are higher in areas, distractions are everywhere, and our streets are often built in ways that forgive dangerous behavior instead of preventing it. Years ago, if y'all are wondering why I have a cane today, I was in Raleigh, I was rear-ended at a stoplight, and I fractured 2 of my spinal vertebrae. I think it's L4 and L5. When the weather is very cold, when I ride my bike more, I can barely get out of bed. I've been in a wheelchair before, and that's one of those tangible injuries. A few months ago, my girlfriend was on Holloway, traveling from the Sharon Road food line back to our house right behind Lynn Road. A driver was speeding, did not see that she was stopped in the turn lane, waiting to turn, the light was green, she had her flasher on, completely destroyed our vehicle. Had our children been in the car, we would have lost them. Our rear row of seats was in the middle. Our car seat in the second row was shattered. And that brought up some really kind of scary questions for our family. And today, I am humbled to be here with Mr. Davis, who has the terrible answers to those questions of when the design doesn't meet the safety standard and someone loses their life in a traffic crash, what happens after that is something that no one wants to answer. No one should ever have to answer. And today we're both here just to bring attention, especially to the design on Guest Road and to our other state-owned roads like Roxborough and Mangum, which right now I believe has the U.S. business designation. And in the conversation for the two-way conversion, there's talks about the city maybe not wanting to keep that designation or wanting to keep that designation. And so my statements today are just, please keep up these collaborations. These choices have real effects on folks' lives. From me to Mr. Davis, his family, and his son, and we extend our condolences. We just urge the city council, the city staff to take these decisions seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
What button I press?
It's on already. You're good.
Okay. Good morning. God is good all the time. My name is Richard Davis. I represent my son, Isaiah Davis, on November the 13th, 2025. My son's name is Isaiah Davis. He was killed on November the 13th on Guest Road by a reckless speeding driver. Her name is Ebony. She have histories of reckless driver's behavior. In May 11, 2025, she was arrested in Raleigh for aggressive to police officer DUI on July 2025, the 10th. She also was arrested for aggressive to senior citizens. She also was charged December the 16th for killing my son. The charges of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of 3 minutes is just not enough time to get this all out. But what are we going to do about the speeding on Guest Road? And I have my son. This is his diploma. He went to Hillside High School, and he was killed recklessly. If I can't have more than 3 minutes to talk, then I do have these here forms to give to your clerk or your secretary where everyone can get a copy, because I don't know how the fatality of death where a person like me as a father have 3 minutes to talk about the death of my son. This is not accepted with your hospitals in Durham. So everyone on this here board here, please read this here, because this is not accepted. Like I said, 3 minutes, I'm all choked up. This here is my family. Anybody want to come out in the hallway after you finish, out of respect of the mayor, you can sign this here. This is 300 signatures on Guest Road. This is emails and phone numbers of everyone is concerned about Guest Road, that the fatality of death that's going on in Durham. All of this police investigators, that's all you hear on the news, that every case that's being investigated and nothing has never happened. You have a nurse from Durham, she got hit. You have Richard got hit at the bus stop. You have my son Isaiah. You have a 7-year-old girl that got hit on her way going to school. All of these accidents is on Guest Road. You have also a speeding car went through the Starburst coffee shop, went straight into the lobby of the coffee shop. What is being done about safety? What can be done? We need to have some arrow boards, electric devices to say, calm down the speeding. This is a commercial, more than 35 stores is there.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. Please read what I handed to.
Will do.
Clerk. Everyone, please.
Number 4, right? Is that number 4? Oh, someone, colleagues, I'm sorry, who pulled number 4? Okay. All right. Councilmember.
Thank you. This is part of the bond that was recently approved. My questions are somewhat related to, and I want to say thank you to Gregory Williams and Mr. Davis for coming and speaking to us about the safety of our streets. It's a big problem. Specific to agenda item 4, and I'm speaking a little bit to agenda item 5 as well. Just curious, these are local streets, not as dangerous as several of our other arterial roads and NCDOT roads. But as part of the repaving and resurfacing, will there be incorporation of traffic calming elements and deploying the NACTO guidelines?
Good afternoon. My name is Clint Blackburn. I'm with the Environmental and Street Services Department. I'm running the contracting and design groups. Yes, we work closely with our transportation department, and so we send them all the streets that we're planning on repaving, and they look at those streets and compare them towards the Durham Bike Plus Walk Plan and other traffic calming things that they're interested in, they're researching. And then we restripe the roads accordingly. A lot of times we'll change the striping. In some cases we add speed cushions and speed humps and other things that when it's applicable. So yes, we do look at that.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. I also just want to call attention to when you look at the agenda item and look at the attachments, the map that we see of where these projects are going to take place, which I appreciate, and thank you for including that. I think this is part of the bigger question of how we grow and who we grow for. When we continue to grow in the form of auto dependency and car-centric development, which we've been doing for many, many years, we create that induced demand for vehicles, and the longer the distance are, the faster people drive. We've, for a very long time, had poor design of our streets, and North Carolina Department of Transportation notoriously has poor design of their streets. So between auto dependency, the design of our streets, and then also when you look at the map, you can see the connectivity of the different neighborhoods where the repaving and resurfacing is happening. You can see the newer or more recent developments are disconnected and curvilinear. You're not going to have a lot of options for transportation in those areas or ways of getting from point A to point B. We also have streets, I believe in Trinity Park here, that are much more connected, where you're going to see more modes of transportation, uses that are a mix of uses so that people can use alternative modes of getting to places, and some safer designs in those areas. And everyone deserves that. And so I think as we move forward, we really need to very deeply think about how we transition from a city that is continuing to promote car-centric design, moving vehicles faster, and auto dependency to one where it is actually safer and more viable to get around. And it has a human cost and human implication, as well as a financial cost and implication, when we are not fully considering the life cycle costs of new kinds of development. And thinking about that. So just wanted to add that commentary and context to this item, and I appreciate you answering my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to echo those comments from my colleague, Councilman Baker. As one of the 2 council members that biked in today, I certainly understand the importance of having connected bikeways and safe ways to get around. I just also want to mention, because Mr. Blackburn did mention the bike and walk plan, and just for my council colleagues and the rest of the folks in the public and staff, we are in the process now for the first time updating that bike and walk plan to do a joint city-county bike and walk plan, which I think will be completed sometime later this year, if I'm not mistaken. We just have received an update, and some of the members of that commission received an update last week. That report will provide, I think it's going to be 25 priority intersections, 25 priority roads, 25 priority off-road sort of elements, and 25 priority gaps that will then essentially, once we adopt that plan, commit the city going forward in our CIP to making those priority investments, as I understand, as we develop a safer and more robust bike and pedestrian infrastructure. So thanks to you and your colleagues in different departments who are doing that work. This is an important way that we in the county together, again, can make sure we prioritize key investments in our infrastructure to make sure our streets are safe for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So that's item number 4. Item number 9 is the next item that I have pulled.
I pulled this one.
I have this pulled by Ms.
Yes.
Victoria.
Oh, is there?
Did you pull this
staff?
also?
All right, is there public as well?
Okay, there's a public comment as well.
What order did you?
Ms. Peterson, I have you sign up for number 9.
My understanding, this is to help Durham Public Housing to get security equipment. I'm going to this community, I live in a walking condition, in a walking area of one of the cities, I'm sorry, I wear just glasses, of one of the city's public housing. We really need to find out what public housing units are these security equipment, and exactly what kind of equipment are they speaking about purchasing. I live in walking distance of one of your public housing where there's constantly shooting going on in that area, and I'm not just saying just right there on the property, but in that area. Okay, excuse me. Please listen to me. I try to respect you.
You're fine. Continue, Ms. Peterson.
Okay, please. So I would like to get some more of my time back. We've got over on the police report, and I want the city officials to know, you've got 2 sets of crimes. You have your Part 1 crime, which is the crime that the feds keep up with. That's the reports that you're getting. But you also need to ask for the Part 2 crimes. I have a criminal justice background. I think I mentioned this to the mayor several times. I actually have 3 degrees dealing with crime or criminal justice or the law. So what I'm asking the council here to ask public housing, what security equipment are they planning to purchase? Where is this security equipment going to be located? Which public housing, or are they even planning to even put it in public housing? Or is this security equipment going to the new Fayetteville Street public housing where they're going to be doing their new, $8 million development, I believe? So I would like, Mr. Mayor, if you can ask if there's somebody here with public housing to ask them what, or the housing authority, what security equipment are they only going to be purchasing cameras or exactly, because that's a very broad statement when you have security equipment. Is that cameras? Is that video? What exactly are they purchasing? Now, if they are not going to put cameras and security equipment in the public housing units, my question is why not? Because if you look at your Part 1, and I'm not saying that the Part 1, because I'm going to speak on 10-2, Mr. Mayor, so.
Thank you. We will get a representative, which I believe Ms. Scoggins is here. They'll be able to answer that question for you.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Yvonne Scoggins, General Services Department. General Services is serving as a liaison for this item, and I have representatives from Durham Housing Authority and Participatory Budgeting here to answer your questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, there were some that for this as well. Councilmember Clerk, go ahead.
I just have a couple of quick questions. So I am wondering, though, if you could speak to what this item is for to answer the public's questions, because this is for cameras in a specific space. Could you just speak to that information quickly for us?
So I'm going to defer to Durham Housing Authority. We are simply the liaison, and they have the specifics on this item.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashanti Brown. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Durham Housing Authority. I am here with a few of my colleagues as well. And good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, City Council members, as well as City staff. We were awarded this participatory budget grant funding based on votes from the citizens of Durham, specifically for our Pricedale Place communities. Our Pricedale Place community, as well as Cornwallis Road. And that was for the installation based on the request for cameras, locks, additional new door hardware, as well as some lighting.
Thank you. My next questions are going to be for staff, but thank you for being here, Ms. Brown. And these might be budgetary questions, but I'm interested in how we set up and structure these participatory budget asks. I see that you're shaking your head, so hello. Hi, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Ortiz, and I manage the participatory budgeting program. So good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council.
Thank you. So I guess my confusion is sort of when this is set to the public, there's an assumption that we're going to be able to do the things that we put, I think you know where I'm going with this, what we put on there. And then it's just interesting that like later on, we're gonna have to amend, it's not for very much, but it is a different amount than what we said we were going to attribute to this project when we put out the participatory budget. So I was just wondering if you could speak to any issues with how the partnership went and how we made determinations about the cost of this and sort of how we are here now amending it later.
Absolutely. That's a great question. Thank you. So the ideas generally come very specifically from residents, and the ask is very specific. So to answer the question about, what the project entails, it is lighting, security cameras, and in Pricedale, bolt locks. And so these ideas from residents, were voted by residents. And as we are going through the proposal development process, we work with our technical departments to get the best estimated cost for the specific project. We do understand that sometimes there are fluctuations with market changes. Some things may come up, and so we always allot or have contingency funds available in case these things happened. And so specifically with this project in DHA, as they were in the process of implementing the project, they realized that they need more funds because, of course, there are things that we can't anticipate. And Sean can tell you a little bit more about what are those items that we didn't or they didn't anticipated that were actually needed, in order to implement the project. Does that answer the question?
Yes, and so this is coming out of a fund that y'all had already set aside for any of these projects in case they were more costly than we thought.
Absolutely. So with each project, as we are putting them in the proposal development, we do have a 10% contingency that we allot for those unexpected price increases or changes that may come up. And we've seen throughout history, it does happen a lot more often than not.
Sure. And then, and I do want to hear the answer to that question, but while you're up here, this one has taken a little bit longer to come before us because this was not this last year's participatory budget, but the year prior. Is that correct?
Yes, this was a cycle 3 project.
And so can you just speak to the timing? Because I think there were some residents that were worried about that as well.
Sure. And I think maybe Ashanti can tell you a little bit more about sort of the timing and the delays.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. We have also received a number of calls related to this. The initial approval that we received, we came back for another approval or an amendment to the contract so that it would not be a reimbursement contract, but an upfront, because we did not have the funding available to front the cost for these repairs. And so that contributed to the timing around, or the delayed time frame. Additionally, we also had to take it through our own internal process to get approval to actually expend the funds from a budgeting standpoint. And then after that, we had some staffing changes and had to change our project manager on this particular project. And that runtime, or that runway to get them up to speed, did also contribute to some of the timing, but they were immediately, or not very long after, able to deploy some of the funds to get the project moving.
And then I was wondering if you could then speak to the technology that y'all are finding that you need for the camera systems.
Absolutely. It's really related to the infrastructure. And as Ms. Ortiz stated, there are times that they can't anticipate those internal things in our older buildings that might inhibit some of these improvements. And one of those things, or that we might not have, or that wasn't anticipated initially, was around our elevators. Getting cameras in those elevators requires some infrastructure updates in order to make cameras work in those elevators. We also found that there was a need, in order for us to actually remote into those cameras and actually get the feed from it, that we need to also get some servers to support that and to actually record that information or anything that comes on those cameras. And lastly, I think there was one more item. It was just those two. Yes.
Okay. And so which leads into my kind of next question, which is this technology that is going to require investment in the future, or is it like a one-time we purchase the technology? I imagine that we do have to continue paying for technological upgrades and that sort of thing. Do you have information on that?
So to the best of my knowledge, there will likely be some ongoing expenses related to that we're looking at now, and that's mostly related to some of the service, the cellular service that those cameras have to have in order to record to another area. And that's something we're looking at now to see if we can mitigate those expenses. But beyond that, it is not something that the city is being asked to maintain.
Okay, so DHA is going to be able to take on the cost of that moving forward?
We are looking at that to see if it's something that we can absorb if we can avoid the costs.
Okay, and I guess will that technology then be able to be used for other things within DHA, or within those buildings, I guess, that they're being put into?
I'm sorry, I'll have to ask another team member
Totally fine.
if that's the case. I'd also have our Deputy Operating Officer, Mr. Sean Buchanan, here with me, as well as our Director of IT, but Mr. Buchanan may be able to answer that question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sean Buchanan, Deputy Operating Officer for Durham Housing Authority. And can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, so I guess I was asking, like, if you're doing these technological upgrades, are these things that y'all are going to be able to use or implement for other things within the building? And I know that obviously putting a camera in.
The lighting upgrades are in, so yes, they'll maintain the door hardware is installed, and so that'll stay there. The only additional cost we expect, again, is just the ongoing maintenance of our camera system. And again, I think the Housing Authority, we're looking at how to manage the ongoing maintenance of the system, but should be something that the Housing Authority can accommodate and operate.
Great. In regards to if it's something that we can plug into for other uses, as those needs arise, we'll have to assess it at that time.
Okay, because I'm hearing you say that, like, the transmitting of the cameras is related to cellular service, and I'm just thinking that there's going to be other things that probably need to be transmitted. So I'm just wondering how, like, as we're sort of doing these as we're doing the tech upgrades, if there are things that are needed to be done at the same time, we can work those in, but just out of curiosity. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Rist.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one comment, and I want to appreciate the comments from Councilmember Cook or the questions about the due diligence here on this. I just want to say, this is, I mean, as the or the representative from the City Council to the Durham Housing Authority, I want to thank you all for being part of this project. I want to thank Ms. Ortiz and her department. This is a great example of cross-jurisdictional collaboration. This, as I understand, was the highest ranking item on that round of participatory budgeting. So our citizens said, this is a need, we have identified that, we voted on that. As this came to the Durham Housing Authority, as I know we've been in meetings talking about this, the Housing Authority was glad to receive that gift, but then in doing the due diligence about sort of technology upgrades and sort of infrastructure upgrades, realized we couldn't, with the dollars we had, actually execute that. And so that's why this has come back to us. But again, it's a good example of engaging staff and residents and making sure this offer from participatory budgeting can actually work effectively in the Housing Authority. So thank you for your work on that, and enjoy being the liaison to the Public Housing Authority from the City Council. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions on this one? All right, thank you so much. Next up, item number 10. Let's start with online speakers. Brittany Price, can you hear me? Brittany Price, can you hear me? All right. FEO2, Jagon? FEO2? Jagon?
Hello?
Yes, who am I speaking with?
All right, I'll start my statement.
Who's on the call?
I am FEO2 Jagoon.
Okay, got it.
And I'm here to express my deep concern about the city contracting with Peregrine Technologies. It's been stated multiple times that Peregrine will not generate new data, but it will allow more efficient surveillance of Durham residents, especially Black residents such as myself. This contract will serve as a force multiplier on an already increasing surveillance state. Data from every facet of citizens' lives will be made readily accessible to third parties. The CEO of Peregrine, named on the city's contract, was formerly affiliated with Palantir, which is currently providing support to the Trump administration's immigration purges and the Israeli Defense Forces genocide in Gaza. If ICE or a federal agency produces a subpoena, they will also have access to this more efficient surveillance software. We have an administration that has disappeared people off the streets, like me, and cracking down on political dissent. I know we've paid lip service to protecting immigrant communities and standing up to Trump at town hall, but now it's time to walk the walk. Please do not provide tools that can be weaponized against our community. Invest in our communities, in affordable housing and youth programs and services for residents in need. I do not consent to my personal information being handled in the ways outlined with the contract with Peregrine, and I do not consent to my tax dollars going to Peregrine Technologies. Please vote no on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Shanice Hamilton? Shanice Hamilton, can you hear me?
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Hamilton's not in the queue.
Okay. Paul Barton? Paul Barton, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Paul, and I'm speaking in opposition to the Peregrine contract. I'd like to start with reading an excerpt from Ben Rudolph, the co-founder of Peregrine, who posted on LinkedIn, "We are quietly building a best-in-class data platform that enables users to ingest data from a wide variety of sources at massive scale, apply transforms, and build AI models. Despite this, Peregrine denied that their system uses generative AI in November listening sessions. Their marketing materials make it very clear that they are building large language models, or LLMs. This is the same tech that ChatGPT uses. And like ChatGPT, it is impossible to tell the complete story of how Peregrine's LLM will be trained. If it used solely Durham data and police queries, it clearly could not be robust enough to function as advertised. It could be learning from the wider internet, data from multiple cities, or as we've seen in an expose from 404 Media on Flock, with which Peregrine often partners, leaked private information and stolen data from the dark web. For the moment, let's address a problem with the model being trained by the police. Peregrine boasts on their website that they use crime rates and arrest records to identify patterns and predict crime hotspots. This is called predictive policing, and it depends entirely on the data being inputted. The Peregrine AI will inherit the biases and systemic racism of the system preceding it and reinforce biased policing. Naturally, police will create records about the places where they spend most of their time. So if police are allocated most often to a hotspot, then that spot will continue to receive activity and remain hot. In the statement of work for Peregrine, they say, the DPD has volumes of valuable data, but that value cannot be unlocked because data is scattered across separate systems, siloed in ways that prevent it from being understood and analyzed together. Manual processing and scattered siloed data is a feature, and by design, a crucial tenet of data privacy called purpose limitation. Hospital records are separated from 911 call records and school records and social worker records because to add all that context into one place creates an entirely new data set through which Peregrine or any police officer or ICE or Border Patrol agent or any motivated hacker could have access to. Imagine if a patient arrived for an appointment and a doctor could open a profile about them that included not just their medical history, but the names and addresses of every member of their family and how they feel about them, the schools that their children attend, which candidates they've donated money to in the last election, and a map of everywhere that they've driven, cycled, or walked to in the last few years, including who they were with. Interdepartmental and commercial collaboration with Peregrine boasts about this in their marketing materials. Believes it have any access to any security camera in the city, whether that's in a Home Depot, a public park, or a Ring camera on your porch. Does a doctor need this information to make a decision about how to treat your cold? No. Should a police officer be able to see all this information and more without a warrant and without probable cause simply by typing into a search bar? No.
Thank you. Shanice Hamilton. And colleagues, Brittany Price had to leave the meeting. She did email her comments.
Hi.
Hi, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I am reaching out to speak about using our tax money to fund DPD, basically upgrading their tech and surveillance technology, $500,000 to upgrade surveillance tech and bring Peregrine here and make it easier for Durham Police Department to do their jobs when we have people sleeping out on the streets right now. We don't have affordable housing for our people. But yeah, let's make life easier for Durham Police Department and ICE and whoever else wants to surveil us 24/7. At the gun reduction seminar that was hosted by the city, one of the steps, even in that, was reduce gun violence. And the ways to reduce gun violence was to provide community with real resources. And I still have questions about that whole thing, but we've all been saying this for forever now. And where are these resources coming from? $500,000 could definitely be used to help our community, but we want to give it to make us more unsafe and give it to DPD to expand their resources and make it easier for them to watch us. Never mind the fact that, and folks have already said it, Peregrine is connected to Palantir and it's all connected to ICE, point blank, period. And so the funding that we had as community to ask for the initial HART expansion into Durham Public Schools was actually less than the funding that's being asked for Peregrine. And we can't even get that, which is absolutely insane to me, because the city could fund HART expansion even with the interlocal agreement instead of pushing it off on the county or whoever else. But again, why give more mental and behavioral health resources to our children and community when we can just fund more surveillance in Durham? For what? To watch people suffer in 4D? Is that what we're doing? When we ask for funding, I mean our people, when we ask for funding to help our people, we get the runaround around who can do what, where, when, and how. But we continue to have to show up to all of these meetings and all the things to continue to speak out against more funding for policing and for surveillance and for police violence against our people. So I'm not understanding where the priorities are, especially in a moment like right now. Things are not about to just, turn a switch and things are going to get easier for our people. I wish it was that way. And Durham has been radical in a way that we show up and we show out. And this is another one of those ways, but right now it's not happening for us.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
At all.
Thank you. I have Avery W. Ivory W.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Ivory is not in the queue.
All right. I have Nwandi S. Nandi. Nandi, can you hear me?
Yes, I just got permission on mute. Hello, everyone. My name is Nandi. I'm a longtime resident of Durham, and I'm here to, invite the city council to make the right decision, quit wasting our tax dollars on more surveillance. This real-time crime center is a project that myself and many other community members found out about as folks were trying to move it around behind closed doors and didn't even have listening sessions until we uplifted the concern of not knowing. And so, and those listening sessions being during the working hours, many of our folks who work 9 to 5. So really wanting to invite y'all to take the time to ensure your investments are grounded in the needs of those who will be most impacted. Like we've been talking about with this participatory budgeting project, like we've been talking about with HayTai, to do the right thing by our people. We live in a time of technology and there being massive data leaks. It also being a time where our federal government is sicking federal police agencies on our people and kidnapping our community members and including our young people. And so thinking about the implications of this Peregrine contract, which has stated that they're open to sharing this information to whoever they decide as a private company. I think I find it deeply troubling about the ways that we're thinking about using this technology. And want to invite y'all to return to the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force report that has so many recommendations from our community members about what would help with increasing safety in our communities. There was no mention of more surveillance in our communities. And that was, I think, one of the most thorough projects when it came to community engagement from this city. So really want to invite y'all to return back to that. It has so much good work in it. Continue investing into programs for youth, more robust infrastructure for unhoused neighbors, affordable housing, like so much more that folks continue to come to these work sessions and meetings about. And to really return to not wasting our tax dollars when it's already hard to get receipts on past dollars we've used in the city. Say no to Peregrine and say yes to the people of Durham and the investments we continue to ask folks to invest in that don't include this. There's so many other priorities, and we can't allow AI and more tech and surveillance in our communities to be that when people can't eat and all the other things that I mentioned. Thank you all for my time.
Thank you. Poet Williams.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Peace. I'm Poet Williams, born and raised in Durham. I'm here to ask y'all to make the right decision and to not bring these technologies to the city. I find it very interesting. Earlier this year, the county approved all of this money for the sheriffs to build their own. They got their own 911 center and to upgrade their shooting range and to bring all of these technologies for all of these different things. And then now we have this happening. And with these technologies now trying to be brought to help to aid law enforcement to continue to just cause havoc in our neighborhoods as they've been doing. I'm just not really feeling that trend at all. I don't understand how for decades we have dumped millions and millions of dollars into law enforcement all across the board, and none of the problems that they're supposed to be taking care of are gone. Like, why do we keep dumping more money into law enforcement and into technologies? Cameras ain't gonna stop crime. It's very frustrating being born and raised here in Durham and having to have dealt with this continued cycle my whole life. And when is this shit going to end? There are many things that could be built here outside of a real-time crime center that would actually help the community. A real-time healing center, a real-time restorative justice center, anything outside of a real-time crime center, that's crazy. And last note, I really don't like your energy, Leo. You act like it's it's a problem for you to be here listening to community. And if that's the energy that our mayor has, you feel me? You need to get up out of here. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments. DC Ivory W. All right, sounds good. All right, moving to in-person speakers. I have Raina Rusenko, Lindsay. Start with those two.
Good afternoon. My name is Raina Rusenko. I'm a Durham resident. I attended 2 of the town halls hosted by DPD about this contract, and it was made clear in those sessions that Peregrine is in the driver's seat here, not DPD. DPD and city staff appeared largely uninformed and incurious as to Peregrine's record in other cities and how Peregrine systems operate, not to mention the implications of setting up a third-party platform into which data on people in neighborhoods in Durham will be amassed. Instead, DPD seems seduced by Peregrine's promises that these systems will simplify their work and be a, quote, force multiplier, end quote. In other words, DPD's interest in these systems serves only its own ends to accrue tools to fight so-called criminals, people who I define as my neighbors. Anyone today can see how throwing money and equipment at law enforcement agencies so they can chase and harm society's perceived enemies has horrifying consequences that destroy lives, destroy community, and keep none of us safe. Specifically, in light of national politics, no one here today can promise that Durham's policing tools and infrastructure won't be used against us all in 6 months. There are 2 issues at hand here. One is policing, the other is tech. We know that policing unjustly and disproportionately ruins the lives of people belonging to racial minorities. Data shows that 40% of DPD arrests over the last decade have been for low-level nonviolent crimes, and research found, quote, Black people were 6.2 times more likely and Latinx people were 3.4 times more likely to be arrested than a white person, end quote, in these cases. All these people have police records now. And unless policing protocols change, Black and brown folks will continue to be disproportionately impacted and linked to data labeling them as criminals. Today, in 2026, women's access to birth control and abortion is being criminalized. Trans existence is being criminalized. Being an immigrant is being criminalized. Being a leftist is being criminalized. Folks from these groups, especially when they belong to racial minorities, have always experienced more entanglements with criminal justice systems, and they will face even greater policing in months to come. We have not solved these fundamental problems of policing, and it has been proven that machine-driven tools exacerbate racial and other biases, including in policing. In addition, Peregrine's platform is a third-party platform that will not only integrate volumes of data in one place, where it can be easily accessed or hacked by others, but it will create a demand for more data that can be fed into this platform for policing purposes. Under no circumstances should we be acting like governance in 2026 is business as usual, especially when it comes to policing and tech. Both are dangerous to whimsically invest in. To invest millions in Peregrine and the Real-Time Crime Center at this time in history is ludicrous. Durhamites' lives are on the line in more ways than we even understand yet. Please vote no.
Thank you. Next, I have Lindsay. Welcome.
Hello, City Council. My name is Lindsay. I'm speaking to oppose the Peregrine contract. Peregrine claims that they do not retain access to data beyond 30 days, which, like the decision-making of their AI model, would be impossible to audit. And further, this does not prevent all the other data collectors that the city contracts with from retaining data. Last year, the city manager signed an MOU with Insight LPR, an AI-powered camera company that uses the same technology as Flock Safety. The footage from these cameras, which can identify cars and their drivers even without license plates, will record anyone who passes them at all times and can pan, tilt, and zoom automatically to lock onto individuals, will be integrated into the Real-Time Crime Center and aggregated by Peregrine. Neither the city manager nor this council consulted the people of Durham who will be surveilled by these cameras. To this day, it's unclear whether any cameras have been installed already or what the status of that contract process is. The MOU with Insight LPR states that Insight LPR has sole ownership of the data they collect and does not elaborate on how long they will retain those recordings and the software used to view it or who they may share that data with. DPD also has a contract giving them access to a software called Tangles, formerly known as Cobwebs, to the tune of $230,000. Tangles is an open source intelligence platform that scrapes information from people's phones and the open, deep, and dark webs to create profiles of individuals. I want to reiterate that the dark web contains copious personal information exposed in criminal data leaks. That information would also be aggregated and available in Peregrine. It is impossible to comprehend the complexity of what will be exposed by the Real-Time Crime Center. These are huge data sets that could come from any software the city uses. To name a few, Inside LPR, Tangles, Julota, the clinical management system that HART uses, 4A Atoms, which provides drones to DPD, Park Mobile, Motorola Solutions, which provides body cams, and Axon Enterprises, which does evidence.com. All of that will all be used to create profiles of everyone in this city who has ever interacted with city resources. The simple truth of the matter is that this data should never be collected and shouldn't exist, and certainly the aggregation of it should not. I'm demanding that the City Council reject this contract with Peregrine, explain why we have an MOU with Inside LPR, stop the building of the Real-Time Crime Center, and bring every single MOU and contract that DPD and the Sheriff's Office have or are seeking to discuss with the public. It is clear to me there's very little understanding of the cost of surveillance, and the city has not only learned nothing from the ShotSpotter debacle, it is now attempting to install something dramatically more dangerous and invasive in the name of public safety. We know what reduces violence in a community, and it is taking care of the people within it. Until everyone in Durham has their basic needs fulfilled, what the state deems crime will always exist.
Thank you. Final speakers, May M., Jen Wickman, and Victoria Peterson.
All right, good afternoon, y'all. I'm here to demand that DPD reject the contract with Peregrine and use the allotted $500,000 on Project Durham residents are requesting that I will list at the end. We can look to Hillsborough for an example of buyer's remorse with surveillance tech, and I urge you to meet with their mayor or commissioners to get a local government level insight to the ulterior motives of these companies. The bottom line is that Peregrine, like Flock, Inside LPR, and others, are private surveillance companies. They exist to generate a profit and require the existence of crime to do so. With crime dropping in the city, there's no justification for spending so heavily on more tools to generate proof of crime. Their contract with the city explains Peregrine would be the one storing the surveillance data indefinitely, training AI models on it, and selling it to third parties. And they operate nationwide. The environmental impacts of long-term cloud storage at those volumes, plus the increasing number of data centers, new fuel sources, and inevitable forced displacement that the expansion of AI would necessitate are unfathomable. Then we must consider the harm at the community level. The type of technology is already being used by law enforcement and ICE across the country despite Fourth Amendment rights violations. Errors are being made by algorithms, resulting in violence done by humans with no accountability to those harmed. Real-time crime centers are on the rise as police push to hand over decision-making capabilities to programs designed to give predictions based on user input and bias. They have and will continue to pre-criminalize already marginalized communities because they are taught on racist historic crime data. We see the ongoing killings of civilians in Gaza at the hands of Israeli forces and the tech as the other side of the same coin of what is unfolding on U.S. streets today. Our police train with their occupation forces, and we are both customers of the same surveillance tech companies. There's no difference between local or federal government spending endless amounts of our tax dollars on tools of state violence to use against civilians globally and locally while we all plead for the basic means to survive. Beyond the call for the community to be informed and resist the growing infractions of our privacy and liberty that come with Peregrine and a real-time crime center, I want to remind police and lawmakers that your careers are no safer than those in any other industry that is rushing to rely on machine learning tools. You are training your replacements, and your current positions of power will offer you no extra protection when this tech pushes you out of a job and you become just as vulnerable to the hallucinations of AI as the rest of us. Educate yourself on the wider reaching harm of this technology and ongoing misuse, as well as the people profiting from it. It doesn't matter how benevolent any local agency is, these companies have their own plans for the data that you would be collecting for them and paying for the privilege to do so. We need you to focus on the human elements of our communities and your role in serving us. Please consider these requests gathered from folks at the People's Table for alternative ways to spend the $500,000 of our tax money instead of on surveillance and policing. Supplemental childcare, many calls for permanent affordable housing, healthcare, youth and reading programs, political education, Black history initiatives, land and food sovereignty projects, and trade training programs. And please consider that the level of surveillance tech already in use in the city deters the very people whose input you claim to want from even coming into this room. Hence why you see those of us with privilege to exercise carrying their message to you. Ramping up surveillance will only push people further out of public life. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson, there is a speaker coming up right now. Ms. Peterson.
Oh, okay.
Come on, please.
I'm sorry, I thought I was
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jen Wickman, and I want to reiterate what other folks have said, that in this moment, when I've heard, thank you, I'm not very tall, I've heard each and every one of you express concern about ICE and CBP and what's happening nationally. And this is the moment, like this is the time right now, because all of these surveillance tools are connected. I feel like we're going to get assurances from DPD. I'm sure that they are genuine, but I assure you that the private companies will also give assurances, and private companies are here to sell you something. And they'll tell you what you want to hear and then do what they will. We've seen even Ring recently settled a lawsuit that they would not ring cameras, that they wouldn't share their information. They've gone back on that in October, and that's been proven. I also want to back up a little bit to express concerns, like I've heard other folks saying, about the way some patterns I'm just seeing over and over and over again at work sessions and city council meetings. I hear over and over again folks saying communities can't come to an agreement on something, or we're not hearing from the right people, or we're hearing from the same people over and over. Sorry. Vodka. No, just kidding. It's not vodka. That was a joke. I want to lift up what Council Member Burris shared, lifting it up about the white moderate. And I would like to maybe have some reflection on maybe some members of the council who are white and may not be white, who are having the function of the white moderate. Okay, because Dr. King said they are more devoted to order than to justice. The white moderate says, I agree with the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action. I see this over and over. I see y'all rolling eyes on iPads. I mean, maybe you're taking some notes, but I don't think the eye rolling is about taking notes. I hear you talk about decorum and grace and courtesy, and you're not extending it to your community members, period. If you're sick and tired, step down. That's, yeah, and also vote no on Peregrine, please.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I'll remind our speakers, let's please stay on the item, the agenda item at hand.
Mr. Mayor, I'm so disappointed in what I've been hearing this afternoon. I really feel like crying. I really do. The crime that is going on in the African American community is unbelievable in this city. Here's a crime in Durham last year: 33 murders, 113 rapes, robbery 321, aggravated assault 681, violent crime over 1,000, burglary, larceny, motor vehicle theft, property crime over 8,000. In this community, in Durham, last year, close to 10,000 crimes were committed. Close to 10,000. I bet you that many of those crimes were done on senior citizens and the elderly in this community. I don't care what you bring in this community. Do something. I support this. I'm tired of young black men being murdered in this community. Most of the people who spoke, I bet you they do not even really live what I would call in the inner city of this community. I'm tired of it. The killing and the murdering. The seniors in this community who cannot even go out at night because many of them are afraid that they're going to be mugged or murdered or raped. I'm tired of this crap. These people coming in here, beating up on the law enforcement, beating up on the federal people, and all they're trying to do is get the crime under control in this community. I'm sick and tired of these folks coming up in here, beating up on our police officers, beating up on people who want to be able to go out in their community and be free and enjoy life. We can't enjoy life, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes at 9 and 10 o'clock at night, I want to walk out of my door. But because people who live down the street, people had stolen plants, lawnmowers from my home, other citizens in my community. Yes, if they need $1 million for cameras, give it to them. I'm tired of black men being murdered in this community and people sitting around all these complaints about what the government is doing. This is my money too. And the seniors in this community pay taxes also. We want you young folks to start doing something about this murdering going on in this community. Give the law enforcement what they need. And I'm going to go and sit down. I'm probably going to have to leave, Mr. Mayor, because I've gotten very upset about listening to these folks and this crap that they're saying.
Ms. Peterson, thank you.
It's ridiculous. We need policing in this community.
Ms. Peterson, you're out of order. Please have
I'm
a seat.
sorry, sir. You may now have to go get a police officer and get me up out of this room. They got me started.
Ms. Peterson, you're out of order. Please have a
This
seat.
murdering crime going on in the black community. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we need cameras, and we need more than cameras.
Ms. Peterson, please step out and calm down. All right. Colleagues, are there any comments before we? This item was pulled by the public. Were there any colleagues? Ms. Cook?
I don't feel the need to have a super long debate on this, but obviously I think we should put it on GPA. So that's going to be my request. And just for the public, y'all already know this, but I want to reiterate that this is a work session. The vote, any vote that will happen on our next meeting, which is February the 2nd. Same deal, you can sign up to speak. You have to sign up on an agenda item. So when you do sign up, make sure that you sign up on this agenda item if you want to be heard on that as well. And I do want to also state that I've received people's emails, texts, phone calls. I had a handwritten letter. I am reading all of the correspondence that I'm receiving on this issue, and I want to thank folks for engaging. And I also want to thank our police department for hosting the info sessions that we requested, and state that I am not planning to support this, and it is not a statement of my distrust in our police department, but rather a question of what this lends itself to down the line. And I will have more comments to say at our Monday night meeting, but I do appreciate everyone's work around this, including the staff who was really responsive to our requests. And so just motion for that to be on GPA. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who's spoken today, who sent in letters and emails, everything that Councilmember Cook mentioned. Thank you also to DPD. When this first came around, I was a cautious no. I wanted to really dig in and, in good faith, learn more about this technology. I attended one of the town halls. I've spoken with police. I've spoken with community members. I've done as much research as I possibly can. And while some of my concerns have been alleviated, other new concerns have come up for me in ways that I also, like Councilmember Cook, I would not feel comfortable moving forward with at this point. So I do, again, I also support having this on GBA. I really appreciate the Q&A memorandum that DPD put together. I thought that the police department did a really good job of conducting the meeting that I was able to attend, which is moved online. And I thought that there was very good engagement from the public that was able to attend, ask questions, make comments during that meeting. This is a contract in this time and in this moment in this country that touches on a huge number of some of the most polemic issues, cloud computing, AI, even touching on, somewhat touching on the connection to Palantir. Peregrine is not Palantir. And so it's not surprising that it has raised this amount of concern, I think, from across the community, including many people who are not here, who are not planning to speak up, who quietly hold deep concerns about this. I think when I hear the public square, I hear valid concerns about surveillance and policing that are related to this contract. I hear valid concerns that are not directly related to this contract. And so I do think that larger questions are raised. For me, I do think that the Durham Police Department needs to have the tools to do the necessary work that needs to be done on a daily basis. I think to move forward with any kind of new technology like this in this moment that we're in, there need to be very robust guardrails. So for me, I would need to see either an advisory, a whole new advisory commission or task force directly related to privacy and surveillance. Such boards and task forces exist in many other communities around surveillance technology. So this is not a brand new idea. Those types of boards have done fairly decent work in establishing protocols, guidelines, ordinances that set the guardrails that make folks in those communities more comfortable with the operation of and deployment of surveillance technology, as well as even putting in self-imposed guidelines on their own practices. So I think this raises bigger questions. At this point, I'm still uncomfortable with this item. I see the purpose of it. I think that that if we needed to move forward with it, there needs to be a deeper engagement through the form of a task force or advisory board. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I look forward to further conversation. And as my colleagues have said, we've received a lot of emails, calls, texts about this, and appreciate all the folks that have reached out to us. We've responded to many, if not all. I also want to raise a question that I'll look forward to talking more about at the council meeting, since this will be on GBA, I expect. And that is that we've invested in this joint city-county violence reduction plan, a very big effort that we in the county are involved in. And I'm curious how this technology may or may not interact with that whole plan we're developing around violence reduction. So that's a question I have, and look forward to hearing more about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone else? Yep. No, I'll come back to her.
I just want to echo my colleagues with the gratitude for folks who've reached out on this issue, the handwritten letters, the emails and the calls. And, it's been from, primarily folks who have concerns about this proposal and this technology, and also from residents like we heard today during this meeting who are directly, experiencing crime, and particularly violent crime. Not to say folks who experience that also don't have concerns, but some of the people I've been hearing from also are just looking for something. And I'm hearing, an absolute right to demand that the city do what we can to reduce the crime that they experience in their communities. And so a willingness to try something. At the same time, I think more than one thing can be true. And I think this proposal raises a lot of real concerns that I share. And, I appreciate what Councilmember Baker said. Some of the concerns we're hearing, I think, relate directly to this proposal, and some don't, but reflect really critical issues that we need to really dig into and assess as a city, as a community, as a society. I like the idea of having some sort of commission to dig deeper, formal or informal, but just to help us think through some of these broader concerns around privacy and surveillance that most of us are facing in our personal lives with our families, our kids, as well as in our experience day to day in our communities. And so I think that would be helpful. I do also want to echo the thanks to DPD for their engagement, for the Q&A. I have some questions about that, which I can direct to DPD or in the meeting, find the right time to do that, about the engagement process and, kind of who we heard from in that. But I'll just close by saying, I appreciate that we're hearing and discussing these critical issues, and I have really serious and sincere concerns about this item. Thank you.
Thank you all for your various feedback. I have received the handwritten letters, the emails, and concerns in regards to what this technology brings forth and how it will be applied, and I've had the opportunity to speak with city staff. I want to also thank DPD as well for all your hard work in ensuring that we are safe in our city. For my colleagues, I do want to just uplift the fact that we have to think of something because people are being terrorized by gun violence in our community, and just because it may not directly impact you all, we got to figure out a way that we actually support the work of DPD. And thinking about, so if we do not go this route, which I'm not going to get in the practice of saying how I'm going to vote on an issue in a work session, but what I will say is that I would hope that we think about ways to ensure that we can increase DPD's pay to make sure they can actually live here in Durham, or think about other ways to have community policing and how we make that actual and attainable to our community, because as it has been stated, a lot of people sometimes talk about what they don't want, but they don't hear the voice of people who do need something to feel safe. And if we think about that, we always talk about our taxes are our highest revenue, right? There are people who are scared to go out to commercial hubs in their community because of the crime, particularly gun violence or the threats of being robbed. And so I would encourage folks to go to those areas and talk to those people, and then let's try to figure out collective strategies to address the issues people are bringing forth, because I am quite tired of reading about and hearing about young men who look like me, who could be my children at my big age at this point. And I just really have an issue with allowing. So I know that this is the timing is off of this, but I want us to commit to thinking about strategies to address the issue of gun violence and have a little bit more empathy towards those in our community, and making sure we're actually just saying a thing and that we're being intentional about what we're saying. Because, a commission is great, but if you want to just stall it out, let's just say that. So look forward to additional conversation and learning more about what we can do to actually move this forward and address the issues of our community.
Thank you. Since I will not be there on Monday, I do plan on saying how I would vote if I were there, which is no. So I don't, I understand this item will be on our general business agenda. I appreciate all of my colleagues' comments. I also appreciate the task force that is being done currently with the county. It is the first time, I think, that we are deeply digging on the issue of violence in our community with all of the important partners. It can't just be DPD. It can't just be the city. We know that when we are talking about violence, it is often our young people, and we know that often the school system is the first touch point for those students. Every principal, every guidance counselor, and every school in this city knows which kids are the ones who probably need that extra help. And if we don't have a plan and connection from the city to what the schools are doing, we will never succeed. So I'm really looking forward to that work. I will also very much encourage folks to go back and read the very, very important work that the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force did. Again, it was comprehensive. It involved our council, our county commission, our school system. They had a lot of community interviews. They had a lot of community input, and they had incredible recommendations that fall to the city, that fall to the county, depending on what the recommendation is. And so we have actually done a lot of that deep collaborative work, and it's now the burden of local government, depending on who they are, to implement some of those recommendations. And none of those recommendations did it really encourage extra surveillance. That wasn't a thing that many folks were asking for. They were asking for safer communities, absolutely, but they were not asking for tech that surveilled them. I have a lot of concerns. I deeply respect and appreciate the work of our DPD. I think the success of our community safety department is in large part because of that collaborative nature of Durham's police department. So I understand the intent behind this was not in any way malicious. They're really just trying to respond to this issue of violence in our community. I don't think this is the way to go. I know that we're going to have some incredible recommendations, and we're going to have to fund those recommendations, and that's going to be hard as far as where do we find the funding. So I look forward to those conversations, and I look forward to those recommendations. One of the things that I know, and this is a conference that I took part in last year, is specifically around the surveillance and immigration and how it's being used. And I was relieved to know that we don't have a flock contract here in the city of Durham. I was relieved to know that we had not gone down that path, because so many communities are having to reel themselves back from those contracts, from those decisions from a few years ago. And I don't want to relitigate that. I'm glad that we don't have it now. I don't want it in the future. I do not trust our federal government in this moment. And I do not trust that even if we have the intention of not sharing, that we won't be forced to share. So that's where I'm at as an individual council member. Again, thank you to all community. I know that there is a violence, gun violence and beyond in our community. I know we've made important work, important improvements. It's not enough, but I also am really proud that we are moving together as a community in this task force work, and I look forward to seeing what unfolds from that. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, considering this is a work session, I do have a few questions. And Madam Chief, I'm going to ask you to come up. There have been a lot of comments today on from community members, the ones who showed up in the room and showed up online, who have stated their interpretation of what the software is. Can you give us a matter of fact, from your professional perspective, of what the software will do, how it will be used in the city of Durham? And there's a big concern around surveillance. Could you talk a bit about what that exactly means? And in regards to the information that will be collected, and how that information can or cannot be accessible to ICE or Israel or the federal government. Could you just clear the air with some clarity?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council Manager. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to come up and speak today. So what I would say is, one, this is not surveillance. This is not surveillance technology. It's not. There's been a lot of really egregious disinformation, despite the meetings that I have personally had with people in this room for hours after work. I'm just me, two of my colleagues, and those folks. And it's really disheartening to hear the amount of disinformation that is being spoken out there about DPD, about how we're going to apply the technology, about what the technology is. So on the side of DPD, we started envisioning the Real-Time Crime Center 2 years ago. Is there a better way that we can do the work that we do? If you've never been in a homicide, you've never investigated a homicide, you've never been there when someone has taken their last breath, if you've never done a notification, you don't have the ability to feel what we feel. And so what we knew was that what was priority for us is reducing the time for investigations so that we would be able to actually have some closure for not just violent crime victims, survivors, families for violent crime, but also those who have been victims of property crime. Our numbers for property crime are far higher for our motor vehicle break-ins, where guns are being taken, cars are being stolen, used in violent crime. So we wanted to see if, is there a way that we can reduce the time for investigations while reducing property and violent crime, and then being able to provide an opportunity for our community to interface with us in another way, not just by the canvases that we do, but being able to upload their own video, if they like, to our evidence.com. Videos of actual murders, and we have those. Videos of drive-bys, and we have those. Videos of car break-ins that have been key for us. And so how do we do all of that and then be able to reimagine the way in which we compile our cases? So we do have a lot of technology, and we have a huge team, a tremendous team that's doing amazing work, sworn and non-sworn, and many of those team members are in the room with me today. It's just very difficult. And so we kind of started looking at what other agencies are doing. So as you know, Real-Time Crime Center, or whatever you want to call it, agencies call it different things, but it is not a new thing in this country. There are progressive cities that have been doing real-time crime centers for years, and they have guardrails in place. The DOJ in 2023-ish, 2024 started published a really nice short read of real-time crime centers in the country. And it researched specifically those benchmarks that I just talked about, which was crime reduction, investigation, quality of cases. What does that look like when you're able to put all of those resources that every police department has or should have into one place and isolate the work that you're trying to do? And they researched it 2023, 2024, and published it in April of 2025. So it was started under Biden's administration and published under Trump's. So we can't say that it was one-sided. And it's based upon factual recommendations and factual information. One of those police departments being the Winston-Salem Police Department, who has a real-time crime center. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a platform. Many police departments don't provide platforms of data in the way that we do. We are very unique, whether it's information about officers, complaints on officers, everything, we provide it. Much like we did with the ShotSpotter. We provided very forward-facing information that was easily viewed and consumed and digested by everyone, to include our community. The Raleigh Police Department. And then there were more progressive police departments. So in Seattle, in Portland, Minnesota. So there's an example of how they're using real-time crime centers and what they're actually using. One thing I did notice is that many of them use Flock. We don't use Flock. There was some disinformation provided today that the manager signed an MOU with Insight LPR. That's not true. We have a basic MOU with Flock. When Flock first came on the scene in Durham, Flock wanted us to pay for top tier. They wanted us to pay to play, essentially. And we said, well, we have no plans on dealing with you. Not the way these other law enforcement agencies are paying and working with you. But we do find value in many of the private companies and neighborhoods in Durham that use Flock. We find value in being able to receive that information should that resident choose to share it. So essentially, Flock said, well, we'll allow you to do it, but you've got to sign an MOU just basically saying that we're not going to use it for anything else It was very wordy, but essentially it was a very brief MOU. The only thing that this provides is an opportunity for the communities that have Flock in Durham right now and the commercial businesses that have Flock in Durham right now. It provides, they can send us still photos or video. It's a one-way interface. So that's the extent that we use Flock. And that's the only way that we plan to use Flock. We have policies. I will tell you, no other agency has policies like we do. Our policies are forward-facing. They're publicly available right now, and they are real-time. So when we make updates to policies within 24 hours, virtually real-time, those policies are updated. We have had officers that have been terminated from here in the last 2 years for misuse of our police functions, of our police equipment, technology. They have used our technology for their own benefit and gain, the software. And the way in which we found those things out, by audits that we do regularly, by complaints, and we will separate you from the agency. That's a non-starter for us. Right now, we have a draft real-time crime center policy. Our practice is to, before we even start purchasing or trying to purchase any equipment or technology, we always have a policy in place. So we have the draft real-time crime center policy. That is not on the public portal yet because it's in draft. We actually have a policy on license plate readers whenever we have those. We already have the policy ready to go, and it has all sorts of guardrails. We also have policy for the police department, 1046R5, that's the use of department computers. If that isn't enough, we also have a computer use agreement for DPD that you have to sign. And then we also rely on our own information technology 1 and 4 policies, use of information, as well as information technology security policy. Then we have human resources policy, all that guides us and is mentioned in our policies across the board, but specifically for how we use data and data management and our computers, and all of the really sensitive information that we house. We are CJIS compliant. We are a CLIA accredited agency. We are a high standard, gold standard accredited agency. And then we also, at the very end of it, we have really heard and tried to turn around responses from the listening sessions that we did. It might not have been what everybody wanted to see or hear whenever the answers that we provided, but those were the answers based upon fact, not rumor, based upon fact. Some of the metrics that we would really like to measure in one of the few real-time crime center dashboards that we will actually put into place, we will start to measure the actual real-time crime center response. How well is the real-time crime center working? What are we using it for? Who are we sharing data with? We will actually tell you who data is being shared with. So if you have a law enforcement agency that says, hey, we'd like to actually look at some of your real-time crime center data, and if we agreed to that, we would provide that information. We want to be able to capture how long it takes or time responding to investigations, how long it takes for us to clear cases. The agencies that were profiled in this paper or in this research that was done by the DOJ, all of them across the board saw increases in arrest and case clearances by arrest. They saw reduction in response time. They saw a reduction in the actual time it took to develop a lead for a case and then arrest. So I think that's all very critical information, but the only way that it works is if it's in one place, is if it's easily accessible by individuals that have special authority to be able to use it. As of right now, our officers don't have authority to use all of the systems that we have. Our intelligence unit uses systems that I could have access to it. I don't want it. So it's not a blanket carte blanche, everybody has access to the systems. Our real-time crime center would be staffed by sworn and non-sworn. We would work with you to figure out what kind of guardrails do we need to put in place for auditing. We would show you what an example of our audits that we do all of the time for our systems that we currently have. It's just about ease. It's about ease, not for us, because at the end of the day, yes, we would love to be able to solve cases quicker. We would love to be able to get offenders off of the street. It's about serving our victims. It's about serving the families. It's about serving people that have been victimized repeatedly, because it is happening, and it's happening more times than it should. Our commitment is to serve. And I think we have demonstrated that we do have the ability to utilize technology in a way that we are able to hold ourselves accountable for how we use it. And we are able to implement it in a way that it's very transparent. And I'll just refer back to ShotSpotter. I do want to bring up what has been talked about with the ability for government agencies to gain access to our software. So that is only through either we provide them access, which we will not, or subpoena, court ordered by a judge. But that's true now. We don't have to have Peregrine. That's true right now. For the federal government to come in and with a court-ordered subpoena, and that's as far as my legal information goes, but they have the authority to do that and could do it. I mean, we see what's happening. We don't house the information that they want to know, not in the information that would be going into Peregrine. We do house federal documentation in the form of our U visas that is not housed within the information that's going into Peregrine. When we take a report, we don't ask anyone's status because we don't care. You're our community. You're in our community. And if you've been victimized, we want to figure out who did it and bring them to justice. We do not seek to lock people up. We work with our community to seek solutions to not do that, as evident in us and our participation in the diversion program. We are the only law enforcement entity here in the city of Durham that does that. And we're committed to it. So we seek to do the other rather than take people to jail, but there are people that don't want the help. And I've said that before. Tim Shriver is here with Peregrine. I do have TS staff that are here, certainly. I know I've said more than a mouthful and probably more than I should, but I would just ask council to, I know you have a tough decision to make, and maybe some of you have already made your minds up and your decision. But for those of you that have not, I would ask that you make your decision based upon actual facts, not on supposition, not on he say, she say, not on bias, because if this was not the police department bringing this forward, we wouldn't be here. I would just ask. I won't be here much longer. I'll be going on somewhere else, but I still will be a Durham resident. and I will still be actively involved and engaged in this community. And so I'm sorry, I took way too much time, but thank you.
No, thank you, Chief. You took the time that was needed, and I appreciate that. Colleagues, any questions before we move on? Okay, I'll just close us out. I should probably state I would, like all of us, we were elected by the people of this community, not a few people, not just our base. We were elected by the city at large, and therefore we all here. We all are here to do a job, not to a specific group or not to a specific person. I'm very intentional about my delivery. I always say with all due respect, or just to make sure I say it as nice as possible, because I do mean it that way, and yet I'm going to be described as an a-hole by certain folks based on your perspective of me. So let me be very clear. I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here to make folks feel comfortable. But I do understand that I'm a big black man, and I can make people feel uncomfortable. So if you don't like my vibe, so what? I'm not here for vibes. I'm here to lead. And I gotta say that this always, when it comes to this, we get a little uncomfortable. I want to say on the record that the aggressive approach that I took with ShotSpotter was probably not the best. Because after doing a little more research and engagement on this collaborative approach with the violent crime reduction collaboration, I realized that one thing is just not it. And these companies, one of the speakers said earlier, they're going to give you their best shot and want you to sign up on it. And that's their little contribution. They're going to make money, and you're going to still have the issues. So ShotSpotter wasn't the silver bullet. Bull City United was not the silver bullet. Peregrine is not the silver bullet. A raise to our police officers is not the silver bullet. But interestingly enough, every single time that we try to do something to fight back crime, which is inevitable, we need a task force, we need a commission, we need all these technicalities. Every single time, we get the talking points, we get the pushback, and this is, again, colleagues, we all have our, position. I'm just stating my comments as you stated yours. But I can tell you, the inbox messages that I get, the handwritten letters that I get, the emails that I get, a lot of them are from folks who lost their son or lost their daughter. Or the young lady I spoke to this morning who lost her mother and father, which, Chief, I'll be reaching out to you about that. And all she wants, she's 23 years old, and she said she saw me walking this morning, my dog, and she's like, I told my friend that when she saw you to call me, so I'm walking over here. I just want to know, my mom died, in the county jail, and my dad was found, dead, and I just want answers. And I don't know who to reach out to. I don't know what to do, Mr. Williams. So when I come into a meeting and I see people stand up and I hear them speak, which everyone has the right to do, but no one looks like that young girl who just wants answers. I'm still looking for the day where myself, as a black man in this community, is not looked at as a victim. That's all I want. I want to be able to say my community stepped up and stepped forward, and they tried something. It wasn't too technical, but they tried something. But right now, we just all objectively, and I'm saddened to see many speakers got up and walked out. But if we just went back and looked at this video clip and we ask a very objective question, what is Durham doing for the people who are feeling this terror at the core, how would that question be answered? There's two sides to this. We are here to do a job, and we're the ones that we're voted in to do this job, and this is what we have. There are folks that like us, there are folks that don't like us. That's one side. And the other side is, just like folks had the privilege to come in here and speak today on not having, technology to, fight back and close out crimes and try and be a contribution to keeping folks safe, you have to come in as well. And unfortunately, I know people can't really get in here because they have things, like I asked the question the other night, where are the CDC folks? Oh, what? Some of them have 2 or 3 jobs and they're volunteering. They just can't be at the meeting. So I'm looking forward to the day where, the folks that are experiencing this terror will be able to actually have their voices heard and not spoken for. I'm looking forward to the day where the folks that are closest to this terror can actually identify what the city is doing for them rather than what we're not given a chance. So if I was voting on this today, I would vote heck yes. Because I trust our professionals. I trust that our technology, our TS department, actually heard a request from our police department and they did their due diligence. They looked at all types of software and this was the best option. And that the police chief is standing up here today because I requested her to come to the podium because she was in the room, but this is actually a technology solutions issue. So we're either going to work to keep people safe and fight by crime or we're not. The collaboration we're doing with the city and the county is going to take things like this. Restorative justice is not the silver bullet either, but it's part of it. Shot spotter is not the silver bullet, and it could be part of it, I don't know. But violence interrupters, it's not a silver bullet, but it's part of it. So I hope that everyone that took the time to do their research on how this is not good, go tell the mother that just lost their child. What's the option? What's the resource? Because it appears that we'll finish this with, once again, it's too technical, and we don't have an answer. So, Chief, I appreciate your work and your staff, and I want to be able to show that appreciation beyond a salary increase. I want to be able to show it and you all being able to do your job. But thank you. Yeah, that's true. Colleagues, I am going to give us a break. We'll take about, what do you mean? Is that the last item?
No, we have 2 presentations.
2 presentations? Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. All right, we'll go ahead and continue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Woolfolk with the Environmental and Street Services Department. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem is now not sitting here, but her too, and the rest of City Council. I'm here to talk to you about the Falls Lake rules. And what do I do to make this move up there?
It's magic. It's going to move on its own.
Is it the middle one? Oh, it came up. Okay.
Colleagues, I skipped out on the first time I was supposed to leave. I may skip out and come back again on during these presentations, but Councilman Mayor Pro Tem will take over if I leave.
Okay, just real briefly, the Falls Lake Nutrient Management Strategy came into effect in 2011 after probably a 3 or 4 year rulemaking process that the state engaged in. And we're expecting revised rules to come through in 2027 now. It was 2026 before, but it's 2027 now. Those rules are still under development. The communities in the Falls Lake watershed are working with the state to develop those rules and to make sure that they're rules that can be implemented and that actually get us what we want, which is a better Falls Lake. So in the fall, I came and gave you a presentation, and I did a Falls Lake on a good day and Falls Lake on a bad day kind of presentation. So these 3 pictures, the 2 on the left are from that good day, bad day discussion. The one on the right is a new picture that is illustrating what I told you back in the fall, which is when the algae are covering a lake and the water quality or the water look is very opaque, so you can't see through it at all, which you can see through the middle one, then that's usually an indication of a harmful algae there. What you can't see in this picture, at least on this screen, is that there are bubbles all over the top. It is not full of fish. Those bubbles are happening because the water is off-gassing. So water can get really bad if we don't take care of it. So for those of you who don't know, Falls Lake is not a natural reservoir or not a natural lake. The only natural lakes in North Carolina are down east. All the rest of the lakes in North Carolina exist because there's a dam. There's a dam, a little dam. A little dam could only be 2 feet. A little dam could be as tall as me, or a big dam like what's on Falls Lake, what's on Jordan Lake, what's on High Rock Lake. All of those lakes. Lake Mickey has a pretty good sized dam. That one is significantly older than Falls Lake. Lake Mickey's dam went in the 1920s. Falls Lake was impounded in 1981, so it's a very young reservoir, which also impacts what happens with water quality because it is so young. Okay, I included this slide just to give you some guidance. I don't expect anybody to read all of these rules. You don't need to read these rules because they're all being redeveloped. So this lists the entire package of rules that deal with Falls Lake. If you are working on Jordan Lake, or when you get to Jordan Lake, maybe I should say, the structure of those rules will be exactly the same as the structure that I'm showing you now. So looking at this is not just preparation for future Falls Lake work that you'll be asked to do, but also for future Jordan Lake work that you'll be asked to do. What's in red is the stuff that really directly impacts the city. What's in blue, not so much. So the Falls Lake rules are drafted in 2 phases. There's a stage 1, which has been fully implemented by all the local governments in the watershed. And then there's stage 2, which the General Assembly paused on indefinitely until there's new rules adopted. So what's being implemented now is fully in compliance with the existing Falls rules. This is a state strategy. It is not a city strategy. And we are expected to implement what the state asks us to do. All right, so I'm going to go through each one of these rule sections and give you a little bit more context as to what they're for and why it's important. So the first set of rules is the purpose and scope rules, which is really a fairly short one. I think it's about 4 pages, maybe 5. And the reason why these rules exist is because there's yet another set of rules that are federal rules that require local governments to do things if a water body is considered impaired, if it's not meeting a state standard. So we have avoided those federal types of rules by doing this state strategy. So that's a really important thing to remember. What it says here is that we're trying to comply with the chlorophyll A standard. That's the standard that the state has that they use to measure how much algae is in the lake. So yes, there's a chlorophyll B, yes, there's a chlorophyll C, but you won't ever hear me talking about that. You'll only hear me talk about chlorophyll A. The baseline water quality reductions from 2006. So I get a lot of questions about why 2006. The entire strategy, and this will be true for Jordan as well, is based on monitoring data and scientific studies from a particular period. In the case of Falls Lake, that monitoring and scientific study period was 2005 to 2007. If you were in this area at that time, you'll know that in 2005, Falls Lake was about half full. There was a severe drought. 2007, Falls Lake was about half full. There was severe drought. 2006, most of the year, Falls Lake was really, really low. And then we had like a big tropical storm, I think it was Alberto, came through and just dumped a huge amount of water in the Falls Lake watershed and pulled the lake level all the way back up. One storm by itself. So the state decided to develop the strategy based on 2006 because at least part of the year, the lake was back up to where it was supposed to be. The purpose and scope also allows for a reexamination of the models. So having a drought in 2005 and having a drought in 2007 means that 2006 was actually not a normal year, right? It's like me losing 50 pounds this year and then gaining it back and then losing 50 pounds in 2028. What's happening with my body in the middle is probably not normal. It's probably pretty angry, actually. So that was why there was a provision allowed in the rules to re-examine what the science is behind the rules and to develop all the new tools. So the new rules that are being worked on right now also are based on scientific data, monitoring data from 2015 to 2018, I believe is the time frame, which is important when we start talking about the actual rules that require the city to do something. So I always have to quote Mr. George Box, who's a famous statistician. All models are wrong, but some models are useful. Remember that always. They're always wrong, but they are also useful. Don't bet your house on a water quality model. You might lose your house. In fact, I would say there's a good chance you're going to lose your house. But the models that we have right now are based on that monitoring data that we've collected, whether it's the city or the state or the city of Raleigh, whoever has collected, and then a model that's developed based on our knowledge at that time. Obviously, science is advancing all the time, and we know more now than we knew in 2006. So the models are always going to lag a little bit behind what we currently know. So they're all wrong. Just remember that. There we go. Oops. So one of the things that the group of local governments is working on with respect to the purpose and scope rule specifically is trying to expand what we're looking at. So we're not just looking at chlorophyll A, but we're looking at other things that tell us about the health of Falls Lake. We will also reevaluate the chlorophyll A levels in the lake because that is the current standard that the state has. And then we are also trying very hard to make sure that the city, as well as all the other local governments, get credit for anything that was done since 2006. So obviously the city has invested a lot of money in multiple places. I work with stormwater, but also with wastewater to try to meet these nutrient reductions. And we want to make sure that we're still getting credit for that, which is not a given. So the state reports that I mentioned in the previous slide, all of those would still have to happen. We might be changing the frequency because it is a little hard to get a 5-year report out of them. And these new rules are supposed to be recognizing the new methods that the state is using where all rules have to be readopted every 10 years. So instead of adopting these rules for a very long time, they are going to be relooked at in 10 years, and we are fully expecting them to change in 10 years. So you'll be having presentations about this again in 10 years. Now we go. Okay. The next role that's important for the city is new development. You guys hear about this lots, so I don't have a lot to put on this slide. New development, any new development that's going in the city doesn't just have to have sediment and erosion control measures at the site. They also have to have stormwater control measures that are supposed to be there in the long term. Those should be functioning for at least 50 years. And they have to be designed and built for any kind of development in the city, not just residential, but commercial, industrial, institutional, all of it. They have to have stormwater control measures. The rule is very specific on this. So the targets for those stormwater control measures, what they discharge, the numbers are up there. I will say that the 0.33 pounds per acre per year of total phosphorus is a very tough standard. And the complaints that we hear from developers are usually about that phosphorus standard. A lot of the developments, maybe not most of them, a lot of the developments that happen around the city of Durham and certainly within the city proper where it is now, have to buy offset credits for phosphorus because they can't meet that phosphorus target on site. So that is a problem because the offset credits are actually really difficult to make. They buy those credits either from a state bank or from a private bank. Both of them do that, but both banks have been having issues getting credits that are available for developers to buy. So that is something that the new rules are going to try to address, is the fact that developers can't get those phosphorus credits. There's a scarcity there. And I have the rural single lot development thing on here, which you probably saw last fall, just because of all of the rules that are in the Falls Lake package or the Jordan Lake package, the ones that the General Assembly tends to bother the most are the ones with new development. So we can expect some change to happen roughly every 2 years with the new development rules. So whatever goes into place in 2027 will probably change in 2029. The other section that's really important to the city is existing development. This one really has more weight for the city proper. So once the development is in, these are houses that have been built for a long time in the city. If they were built before the new development rules were in effect, they are generating nutrient loads, right? So the onus on reducing the loads for existing development, which would include City Hall actually, is on the city proper. So we are supposed to be doing something as a city to reduce nitrogen and phosphorus from the existing developed lands within the watershed. That is really hard, and during the rulemaking in 2009, 2010, this was actually one of the big elephants in the room because there wasn't really any science that said that we could do that we could meet that goal. There was certainly science that says we can make things better by putting stormwater control measures in. And there was not a lot of cost information. So the information that we gave to council at the time was very much supposition for how much it might cost. And our numbers were in the hundreds of millions of dollars. There is a schedule on this one. It looks like it's being covered by the closed caption, but there's an implementation schedule for each one of these rules. So just because the rules are passed today doesn't mean that we have to meet them tomorrow. There's always some time period to get things done. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. With existing development as well, I have starred on here accounting for nitrogen and phosphorus. So this was one of the first rules that made the local governments actually count every pound that is being reduced by a stormwater control measure. Not that any of us knew how to do that. We had to discover how to do that after the rules were passed. And we found that it was not a good way to go. It was very difficult to calculate. It was often off by some amount of number, and the stormwater control measures that they thought would get more reduction of nitrogen and phosphorus, when we actually started calculating it, we're actually getting a lot less than we thought. So the state has a tool that they use to help us do that. It's called a SNAP tool, and I think we're up to SNAP 5, maybe SNAP 6. just since these rules were adopted. So in the 15 years since these were adopted, we've had 5 different tools to do this. So you all have heard about the IAIA, the Interim Alternate Implementation Alternative, good God, investment approach, yes. That was a plan that the Upper Neuse River Basin Association local governments came up with to switch from counting pounds to counting dollars invested. And Councilmember Caballero will remember this. It took years for us to get that in place and to get the state to accept that as an alternative. That has been working. The Upper Neuse local governments has spent something like 5 times more than we had to spend. So things are getting on the ground. Generally speaking, I think folks are pretty happy with it. The enviros like that a lot better than counting pounds as well. So what we're going to try to do with this new rulemaking is codify that so that we don't have to go through as much effort as we did before to have an investment-based approach. The state still wants to have an option for counting pounds. I don't know why they think anybody would do that, but they want that option, so it will also be in the rules. And right now we're thinking that this investment-based compliance will be either as a group or as an individual. So if the city wanted to do that by themselves, they could, or if we wanted to do it with the other local governments, we could do that too. So that's a future decision that you all will need to make. Okay, the elephant in the room. I kind of hinted to this in the fall that the wastewater issue was looming large. It is still looming large. The wastewater plants, all of the wastewater plants in the watershed, the big ones, of which there are 3, and Durham is one of the big ones, and there's a handful of smaller ones, all have numbers of pounds, again, that they can discharge, period. I'm going to say it's 10,000 pounds so that I can do easy math. That's all they can discharge, period. Regardless of what comes in, regardless of what kind of treatment is offered, they have 10,000 pounds. They also have a schedule for when they had to implement. All of the wastewater treatment plants exceeded the scheduled time and exceeded the amount that they needed to reduce, but the entire region is continuing to grow. And the wastewater that is treated at a wastewater plant is coming from the people and the businesses that move to the area. So as we increase what's going into the plant, there's going to be a corresponding increase is what's going out of the plant, right? And the current rules do not adequately account for more people moving to the region, more businesses moving to the region, and the need for more wastewater capacity in terms of discharging nitrogen and phosphorus. We are kind of at an impasse on that right now. Hopefully something will break soon. Okay, watershed investment. So one of the things that came out of the Upper Neuse local governments was, yes, we will agree to having more wastewater, or agree to negotiating for more wastewater capacity, but in return, we need to have more investment in watershed projects. So that there's not a one-to-one offset. I think I mentioned this before. So you can't invest in a stormwater control measure and get another 10,000 pounds, for example. If you invest in a stormwater control measure, you might get 300. So there's not a one-to-one thing there, but there was put on the table that there needs to be watershed investment. That is still in the plan for the Upper Neuse rules. I think that has moved to the plan for the state rules. What that number is going to be hasn't been decided yet. That is the Upper Neuse River Basin Association. For those of you who don't know, all of those local governments are in that association. That's all that's there for. Okay, so what does that mean the city is going to have to do? So this gets a little bit to the implementation schedule. Almost always, the rules will adopt and implement a new ordinance. So the city may have to do that. Obviously, that will come to you. We might have to develop and implement a new program. We might have to modify anything that's existing, and a modification to an ordinance would have to come to you. One thing I will say about the ordinances in particular, those things also have to be approved by the state. So normally, the department who's leading the development of the ordinance will go back and forth with the state multiple times before we'll bring an ordinance to you for approval, which doesn't mean that you have to accept it. It just means that it's already gone through a lot of back and forth discussion. I have the city attorney's office listed on my very, very simplified flow chart because whenever we're adopting ordinances, we work really closely with the attorney's office to make sure that we are getting things correct and getting our language correct. We do always take those to the city manager before they come to you, and then you can approve them. The North Carolina Environmental Management Commission also has to approve those ordinances. So even if we've worked with the staff people at the state level, all of these ordinances go to the Environmental Management Commission for approval as well. So there's a lot that's involved there. Again, having an expectation that something is implemented immediately after a rule is adopted doesn't fit even my simplified flow chart here. We can't do that in a month. We can't even usually do that in 6 months. So that's just something to keep in mind. If you start to hear somebody saying that something needs to be implemented immediately, it can't be implemented immediately. Reporting, which is my last bullet there. I wish I could say our reports get fewer or smaller, but they keep getting bigger and more complicated. So we have staff that literally stop doing their jobs for a month or two just to generate the information that goes in reports because we have a significant number of reports to do. Good for everybody else because it's easy for people to hold our feet to the fire, hold us accountable. We tell you exactly what we've been doing and what benefit that's been. It just takes a very long time to get all that together. And I think that, oops, nope. Okay, so why am I here today? There is a very serious movement to petition the North Carolina Environmental Management Commission with an alternate set of rules that is not consistent, not fully consistent with what the Division of Water Resources is developing. While we are continuing to try to work with the state, there are a couple of places where we are really diverging, one of which is that wastewater issue. I think pretty much everything else we can find some kind of middle ground. Obviously, we're going to give a little bit, they're going to give a little bit, but the wastewater issue is going to be a big one. And just depending on how things go in those negotiations, the Upper Neuse River Basin Association is ready to petition the Environmental Management Commission with a different set of rules. And that is allowed by state law. We can petition the Environmental Management Commission to adopt a separate set of rules. If the Upper Neuse River Basin Association board members decide that that is the route to go, I will be back here very fast. And I needed to not go through all of what I just went through with you because you will need to make a decision fast about whether or not to approve that submittal of a petition or not. So that is why I'm here now. That could happen, the petition could happen as soon as April, or we could all feel like things are still progressing and everybody is working together and we're trying to get a new middle on all of the rules, including wastewater. But as of today, this is still very much an option that is on the table with the Upper Neuse River Basin Association to actually petition for rulemaking with the rules that the local governments have come up with in consultation with the agricultural community and the environmental community and the Department of Transportation and others. There have been a lot of people who've been sitting at the table with us. Oh, and the development community. I shouldn't leave them out. They've been at the table as well while we've been trying to develop these rules. So once the Environmental Management Commission can choose to move on the petition, or they can choose to move on the rules that the state is developing. Once they decide what they're going to move forward with, they still have to go through their normal process. The process isn't any different. That depends on how they get the rules. The process is the same if they choose our rules or if they choose DWR rules. The only thing I would say is once they actually start to move to hearing, their ability to change a lot of things is significantly diminished. So if they're going to change something, they will usually change it before they go to public hearings. In the past, I know we've had city council members go to the public hearings with staff and make comments. So that would be something that I would float through the city manager's office and Gina, who's my DCM, to get you that information if that would be something that you would like to do. And I'm pretty sure that is my last slide. Yes, I have to fix something on that, so I'm going to go backwards. So, questions?
I'll jump in first. So first of all, thanks, Michelle, for the presentation. I forgot when we were at the meeting on Wednesday that you were going to be here today to present this. And actually, you may not have been here in the beginning. I actually gave a quick preview that like Michelle's going to be here. We were at a long meeting on Wednesday, so thanks for being here. Thanks for all that you've taught me about Falls Lake and all the sort of water stuff and science. I really appreciate that. So I know you guys get tired of hearing this from me, but I am also the council's representative to the Upper News River Basin Association. Just so a couple of things I wanted just to highlight. And you talked about 2006 as the baseline year. Can you just share for the folks in the audience and the council, like how we've reduced dramatically our discharges of nitrogen and phosphorus since 2006 through our wastewater treatment plants? It's a lot of effort we've gone through, right?
Right. So the wastewater treatment plants, they had a numeric reduction that they had to make. They made that reduction. They exceeded that reduction by, collectively probably
like 40,000 pounds a year or something like that?
I think it is around 40,000 pounds. They exceeded it so far that there actually was less of a push to do the existing development rules. And that's one of the reasons why we were able to get this investment-based approach through the state, was because the wastewater plants had given us so much room in terms of nutrients. So the state was willing to listen to something else because the reductions had already happened.
Yeah, that's great. And then in terms of why this is important for us to hear, and you mentioned that you may come back to us and say, hey, we're going to need your support for the rules that we're developing with Upper News River Basin Association. Just want the council to know that this is one of the best investments we make. We pay about $160,000 a year to be part of UNRBA. We're one of maybe like 16 jurisdictions in those 5 counties. And that includes, these are rural folks, urban folks, a range of folks. And it's, it's allowed us to have, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, we have some of the strictest stormwater controls in the state right here in Durham. And so can you talk more about the process beyond the Environmental Management Commission? This will go to the Rules Review Commission. Mm-hmm. And there's a process there where if we get enough comments, that could get kicked to the legislature. So as we look ahead to this process in 2027, like what's the risk that we're looking at in Durham, given that we have these strict stormwater controls? If this were to go to the Rules Review Commission with more than 10 comments and get kicked to the legislature, what are we looking at there?
Okay, so the process after the Environmental Management Commission takes the rules out to hearing is that the hearing officers will come back and convene. There's usually 2 or 3 of them. They'll convene. They'll go over all the comments that they got from the public and from the local governments, and they will try to make tweaks. Remember, I told you they can't make big changes at that point, but they'll try to make tweaks to address the things that they heard. Once they finish and they approve the rules, they go to the Rules Review Commission, which is a state commission of completely different people, not usually environmental lawyers, but all attorneys, who will review the rules according to what the state wants to see for clarity. But if somebody still objects to the rule package at that point, they can file an objection with the Rules Review Commission. 10 objections at the Rules Review Commission means that the rules will automatically go to the General Assembly. And once they go to the General Assembly makes the decisions about what stays in, what goes out. They can change anything. The Rules Review Commission and the Environmental Management Commission have their hands tied a little bit more. So if the rules are adopted, let's say in the spring of 2027, assuming that we stay with the DWR rules, there could still be an entire year between those rules and final rules if there are 10 objections filed. And the objections can come from me individually, me as the city, the mayor or the manager as the city, the ag community, the person who lives down the street who just doesn't like them. They can come from anywhere. It doesn't matter. If they get 10 letters of objection from anybody, then they automatically go to the General Assembly. It's like making sausage.
And I guess my follow-up question on that, so to what extent have we already, and this is maybe for Kim or other staff, do our lobbyists already know about this? Are they aware this is coming down the road a year from now?
The city lobbyists?
Yeah. Are they have we at least because we don't know where this is going to go, but at least they at least aware that this is something that could be happening next year? And if not, should we let them? Yeah,
I don't.
Should we? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll connect that with Carmisha Wallace, who had to step out for the retreat, but I'll update her.
Just put on the radar screen. Yeah,
exactly. We'll do that.
Great. Thanks again, Michelle. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right. Next is digital equity plan.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and colleagues. My name is Patrice Carroll, and I'm the Digital Inclusion Program Manager. And today I'm here with our partner, Digital Durham, to provide an update on Digital Equity Plan. It is my pleasure to introduce Laura Fogel, the founder and board chair of Digital Durham. Laura is a dedicated leader in digital inclusion and educational technology. With extensive experience in both the public and private sectors, Laura has been a vital force in technology and education for many years. A longtime resident of Durham for over 20 years, she founded Digital Durham and also serves as a member of the North Carolina Digital Equity and Inclusion Collaborative. Laura holds a bachelor's degree in engineering from Duke University and a master's degree in instructional technology from NC State. Prior to her current role, she worked for Durham Public Schools for 10 years before becoming the director of the Media and Education Technology Resource Center at NC State's College of Education. She has presented on digital inclusion and technology integration at various local, state, and national conferences. In 2022, Laura was honored with the Governor's Volunteer Service Award for her work with Digital Durham. With over 2 decades of experience bridging technology, education, and community engagement, Laura offers invaluable insight into how we can ensure that all residents benefit from the opportunities of the digital age. Please join me in welcoming Laura Fogel.
Thank you so much, Patrice. Good evening. I think it's evening now, not afternoon anymore. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, City Council, and city staff. Thanks for hanging in here with us. I'm excited to be here and share an update on the Digital Equity Plan. So I'll give you a little timeline, history, go through the goals of the Digital Equity Plan quickly, aligned with the city's current strategic plan, and then talk about our current activities and future challenges. So Digital Durham is a nonprofit that serves as the backbone for Durham's Digital Equity Collaborative. So our member organizations are on this slide, and we work with our member organizations to create really a comprehensive network of organizations to address digital equity from many different perspectives. And we work not just with our members, but other organizations in the community who do digital inclusion work of some kind. And so I'm really bringing good news to you about the progress that we've made. on comprehensively addressing digital equity and closing the digital divide in Durham. So Digital Durham was founded before the pandemic shone a light on this issue of the digital divide, but the planning for the digital equity plan really was kicked off in the summer of 2020 with a digital equity convening. Mayor Schul was there, and we brought together, invited community members to be part of the planning. We met every week for a year to create the plan, and we got other input from the community as well, not just the people who were sitting as the planning group. So in fall of 2021, we brought that plan to City Council and to the Durham County Commissioners, and it was endorsed by both. So this is not Digital Durham's plan, it is Durham writ large's plan. And the very next year, we were recognized by the National Digital Inclusion Association as a digital inclusion trailblazer. We Durham, not we Digital Durham. And I'm really excited to be able to formally announce that we've been selected or awarded digital inclusion trailblazer status as a city, as a community every year since, including this year. Yes. Thank you to Patrice's group for that work. And we are the only municipality in North Carolina to get visionary digital inclusion trailblazer status, and we've gotten it 2 years in a row. So great work that we're doing all together. So the city had the foresight to create the Digital Inclusion Community Engagement Manager. I think that was the title at the time, in the fall of 2022, and that is what is morphed into the role that Patrice fills now. So moving forward, after we had the plan, we needed to find funding for efforts to reach the goals. One of the ways that Digital Durham has helped with this is we brought together partners to apply for the Digital Champion Grant, which was funded through the State Department of Information Technology. Digital Durham did not receive funds with that, but the City of Durham did receive funds, and other community partners in Durham did receive funds for that. Digital Durham also worked with NCCU with a large federal grant that came that was called DELP, the Digital Equity Leaders Program. And as a part of our role in that grant was really to get community feedback and community engagement and input. And we shared what we found through those community listening sessions, talking to people with lived experiences and leaders of organizations. At a town hall in the fall of 2024, Mayor Williams was there to give opening remarks and really, again, engage the whole community around this issue. About the same time, we were signing the contract for the ARPA work that Digital Durham was going to do, and also Cramden, one of our member organizations, is implementing a digital equity project through ARPA funding. The one that Digital Durham is implementing, we built our team in 2025. We created a curriculum that I'm really excited about, and started identifying our community-based organizations. And I'll talk a little bit about implementation in just a second of what comes next. So here are the 4 goals, right? So there's 2 about universal access, 1 about digital skills, and 1 about implementing the plan. So putting the access goals together for broadband and devices. So this goal is really about economic prosperity and well-being for our fellow residents of Durham. As we all know, right, technology empowers economic prosperity these days. So whether it's applying for a job online, whether you have you're an entrepreneur, you have your own business, even if it's a bricks and mortar business, you need online accounting software, you need to market yourself through social media. So all kinds of economic prosperity are really driven through our online engagement. And our well-being, right? So telehealth appointments, being able to connect with community members, family members, all of those things really require us to have a device and broadband of some kind. So we've made fantastic progress on this since 2019. So this is using census data from 2024, which is what was just released a few weeks ago. So we have 94.4 of Durham County households have some kind of broadband. So this is looking at the county level. So we have less than 6% of households that have not adopted broadband. So that's great progress. We're really excited about that. We wish it were even higher percent of people or households. So the device access is goal 2. We've made fantastic progress there. Also, we've reduced so this is the percentage of households that do not have a computer. So we've reduced that by more than 50%. So we now have 97% of households have a device. Of course, if you think about your own households, one device is not enough for most households. That could mean, if you have multiple students in the household, that one's able to do their homework while another one is waiting. If adults are maybe wanting to do online banking, and other ones waiting because they have to have a meeting for their an online meeting for work. So we know that one device per household really isn't enough, but at least we're making progress on that baseline. Goal 3 is about the skills to use that technology that we have. And this is really about workplace skills, right? This is empowerment of our fellow residents. If you have the devices, but you don't know how to get to your health portal, or you don't know how to navigate the City of Durham's website, then having just the access doesn't do you any good. So it's important that we're helping to people to build their basic skills and also level up those skills. There's documentation that digital skills are required for most jobs, and I believe that some of the income gap that the United Way of Greater Triangle was just released a report about that. I think part of the gap between people who are out-of-state and in-state residents and that income gap can be attributed to differences in digital skills. So we've made progress again on digital skills. This one is a little harder for us to quantify, but I can tell you that the community-based organizations in Durham have really stepped up to address this issue. And many of them were doing work in this area before we had a digital equity plan, but since the plan, I know of at least 12 new digital literacy initiatives to impact people who are historically on the other side of the digital divide. So I listed some of the covered populations. These were populations that were identified in the Federal Digital Equity Act. And we know from national statistics that these are groups that tend to be more impacted by lack of digital skills. So we're really proud of the new initiatives that we've put in place around digital skills. Goal 4 is about implementing this plan with fidelity, having accountability to our community, and really planning for the sustainability of this work. Just like the city's strategic plan is interested in building trust in the community around the city's work. If we create programs one day and then take them away the next, it really undermines trust in the community that we have their best interest at heart. So Digital Durham has worked really tirelessly on this portion of the digital equity plan. We have regular meetings that are open to the community, that community-based organizations that are in the digital inclusion work participate in, where we share best practices, get input. And we've also had other venues where we've gotten input from the community, heard from people with lived experience, and included that in our planning for the initiatives. I mentioned some of the national recognition that Durham has gotten for this work. Digital Durham itself has also been recognized. The state digital equity plan mentioned Digital Durham as a exemplar specifically. We are the one of very few digital equity collaboratives that's literally on the map. The National Digital Inclusion Alliance has a map, and we are one of very few local collaboratives that has been recognized in that way. And some municipalities in nearby places in North Carolina and outside North Carolina have come to Digital Durham and have also come to Patrice for advice on digital equity planning and for running collaboratives because of the success that we've had. So we're not resting on our laurels with all the accolades and positive attention, because we're about serving the people of Durham and really achieving the goals of this plan. So the things that are currently underway, the Computer Club, which is our ARPA project, we have all of the CBOs are selected. We have MOUs from 4 of them, so I'm only going to read the names of those 4 because we don't have the contract inked for the 5th yet, but it's coming. The Durham Literacy Center, Stanford L. Warren Library, Student U, Families Moving Forward are our community-based partners. So we really intentionally didn't spin up like this new separate program. We want to work through community-based organizations who have trust relationships in the community and build their capacity to close the digital divide, not try to start something new. So we're trying to build their capacity. So the digital navigators that are in those community-based organizations are being trained in January, and then in February is when residents will start to be trained in the community-based organizations by the digital navigators. We're having a kickoff event on February 25th that we're excited about. If any of you are interested in coming to that kickoff event, I'll be happy to share the details with you about that. Digital Durham is also promoting all the great city initiatives that are underway and are in the works: the public Wi-Fi access, the MiFi device distribution, youth programming, and coming soon, other programming. We actively promote those initiatives in the community. We provided, at the state level, we provided input to NCDIT's next Digital Opportunity Survey that is supposed to be launched sometime this month. And we're updating the Digital Equity Plan with the changes in the landscape that have happened since 2020 that have been huge, and also with the input that we've heard from the community to reflect that in the plan. So the future, I wish the future was so bright I had to wear shades. But we have some challenges ahead. AI is definitely, I guess, one of the things that is on the horizon that we're looking at, because with the digital divide, as fast as you can close it, right, new technology can broaden that divide. So AI is a big concern that we hear from the community, AI literacy skills. Also, cybersecurity, bad actors are continuing to get more sophisticated, and so we need to try to keep our community members safe by improving the training that we're doing around cybersecurity. All of this takes money, and we have, because of the changes in federal support and attention to this topic, we are looking for private funding, but of course, many sectors of community work are looking to private funding as well. So that is stretched thin. And the ARPA funding for the projects that we were just talking about, that ends the end of this year when that funding ends. So we do have that cliff approaching, and we really believe in Durham that technology can be a bridge and not a divide, and we don't want this great systemic progress that we've made to start to unravel for lack of funding. So I'd love to hear how you all see this work intersecting with the city's priorities, and how we can work together to continue the great work that's being done, not just by Digital Durham, but throughout Durham, throughout our network. I'll take questions. That's my last slide.
Well, first of all, thank you for this extremely important work. I have seen you guys in action, and I'm grateful for that. I just want to say off the gate, I appreciate you expanding the capacity in existing infrastructure rather than just creating a new arm or a new branch to do a new idea. So I think that what you all are doing are making our community better. So thank you. Thank you for that. Colleagues?
Yeah, when I echo the mayor's comments, thanks for the presentation and all the good work you're doing. And I like the way you frame this as part of shared economic prosperity, right? I mean, a generation ago, being able to get to work was the key way to access a job. In our current digital economy, in the information age, like having access to the internet, being able to get online is a key way that people can either, in some cases, work, become entrepreneurs. It's all part of how you connect to the economy. So this is helping our community thrive. And the work you're doing is really critical to that. So I want to thank you for that. You've got a great set of partners here that you're working with. And so I'm proud of this work and look forward to seeing how we can support this in the future.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Cook.
This is a silly question, but can you tell me what MiFi is?
Oh, they're Wi-Fi devices that are like individual devices. Patrice, do you want to talk about that?
Just out of curiosity.
Yes, it's actually portable internet. So it allows you to be able to, there.
Oh,
There's an example.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so you can be able to have access.
It's really bad. I mean, I'm like the millennial that uses tech support the most, so I really, don't look to me for any knowledge. Thank you for that. I just want to echo what folks have said, and I really appreciate this work. I think that it's something that I feel like a lot of communities kind of thought would just naturally sort of occur with the changes that were ongoing, and it doesn't really work like that. And so I just so appreciate, and kudos to y'all for how well your strategy has been received, and other communities that are benefiting from the work y'all have been doing. Just really appreciate the care and attention that y'all have put into it. I do want the information for the February kickoff, so if you want to send it to us, that would be great. Okay. Thank you so much for y'all's work, though.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. I believe that is all we have today. And we've done our closed session. So I'm going to call the meeting to adjourn so we... Oh, to settle the agenda. I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush out of here. All right, I'll pass it over to the manager to settle up.
Thank you, Mayor, for settling the agenda. I have on consent items 1 through 9 and 11, on GBA item 10, and on GBA public hearings item 14 through 19.
All right, and Antonio, motion to settle the agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor? All right, colleagues, I look forward to seeing you all shortly. And then again tomorrow, we'll say that tomorrow at 8 a.m., there will be a press conference on the conditions of the weather conditions. So
Where's that going to be? Here?
that'll be in the chamber. 8
o'clock. And then we gather at what time?
We gather at 8:30.
At the retreat tonight.
At the retreat, yeah.
So dinner's at 6 tonight, right? 6 o'clock?
Yep, and 6 o'clock.
At the museum.
No. I just wanted you to know that I'll meet you at the center. Yeah, it'll be just really an opportunity for staff to share what they shared today to the general public. All right, I'll see you guys in about 40 minutes. Good night.